Hello, welcome to the show.
When we're new to trading, we quickly realize how it's going to change our entire lives. Financially, sure, but the psychological torture that we're eagerly signing up for is obvious.
What in the fuck is this? All right, comfort brains.
There are types of risky behavior that we would be prepared to do ourselves, but we would not prescribe for others.
What the fuck are you even doing here? Sir! I got lost on the way to college, sir!
The type of people who trade want to change their own life and the world around them. They want to make their own decisions and be rewarded appropriately. They want to take risks. You might want a life of comfort and safety. You might be trying to rebuild a world you already know. You don't have to be an adventure-seeking pioneer to write your own story. Candles quickly become dildos. Your shirt is a blouse, and you like getting filled BTFing the effing D with your BFFs. So what sort of person ends up here? Let me know your favourite stonk in the comments. Our aptitude for trading has no correlation with our work experience, our background, our qualifications, our social skills. The markets don't care if we are smart, funny, popular, or good looking. Trading is an individual pursuit that demands courage and strength, but nothing superhuman is required. We are all drawn to the chaos of the market and how it steels us against infinite, never-ending risk. Its ambivalence, magnitude, and danger are to us fairness, equality, and opportunity. We come from all backgrounds, all colours, stripes, and shapes.
You are no longer black, or brown, or yellow, or red. You are now green. You are light green, or dark green. Do you understand? Sir, yes, sir!
We rely upon and demand equality of access and opportunity. Some of us want to express our opinion on the stonks of companies whose missions and vision matches our own. We may arrive at the same decisions, but we don't do it as others have decided to do so.
It was like an alarm went off in my head, you know? I said, here's a guy that's got his act together. Here's somebody who's got it all figured out. Here's somebody who has the answer.
We do it because we like the stonk. Trading risk is applying our budget to statistical likelihoods. We each have a different budget, and the market conditions are constantly in flux. So every risk, every decision, and every reward is our own. Your trading journey is your own story. You don't have to be bestowed with knightly virtues or born into privilege. You don't have to travel to other worlds to fight dragons and monsters. As traders, our story isn't told in retrospect. We become the authors of our own lives. We all begin our own hero's journey and learn about the conflicts and paradoxes within ourselves that makes life so interesting. We create the story that we want to live.
Amazon, home to unmissable offers, astonishing deals.
Locking yourself in is actually quite easy, but locking out your emotions is a completely different story. It's probably a mistake anyway.
Take the best orgasm you ever had, multiply it by 1,000 and you're still nowhere near it.
Sure, you could try, but it would take effort, and wouldn't that effort better be spent in coming up with a good plan and then sticking to it? Just as people said, "You're crazy," when you were buying Gme on the dips, those same people now will tell you to sell on every rise. Ignore these people. They chose the daily humdrum, the 9 to 5, chasing normality while ignoring the absurdity. Or maybe they didn't. Who cares? You've got your own opinions and you value them higher than the opinions of others. Your self-worth depends on things you can control.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, how are you treating your GameStop at the moment? Let me know, I know how it's treating you. There's the charts in the background, happy to hear from everybody. Welcome to Stevie, thanks very much for becoming a member. Great to see you guys on your anniversaries. Eh? People watch back these sort of streams, you know, you see it on the stats. And I'm sure you get to see your names, 33 months, you stuck it out. Thank you so much for being with me. Swan Dragon, waking up. Madrigia, 50 blabs, tell us the beautiful story ahead. Wow, thank you so much, you betcha. Madrigia there, big hand for Madrigia, everybody. And all those memberships, all those anniversaries, eh? So here we are, what's your decisions? You've earned the right to make your own decision. Over time, you've proved that you're in control, and you're still in control. You make your mind up. How do you handle price action here? You've got bullish divergence, this lower lows on price action, class B at least, higher lows on the RSI after that touch. As you can see, price action putting in these lower lows, higher lows coming on the RSI. So people would tell you that technical analysis doesn't work, but that's because they're trying to do the wrong thing with it. All we're doing is quantifying the risk, assessing the probabilities, determining the best place to make money, and then using it to make money. So if you're trying to predict the future, it doesn't work for that. If you're trying to make money with it, it works very well for that. So it's all about how you apply the technology. Price action back above a 236. That's a Fibonacci sequence. That means that this has traveled a significant distance since the low. You can also see that it's got bearish divergence in that this high higher than the previous one. Price action not so much. So you can tell why there would be a slowing down at different times. If this breaks, comes in and tests the previous high, price action will be way back above this guy. And you'll be testing the next Fibonacci level, right? And if you're staying in the bullish control zone for a long time, that sounds like a positive test to be back above a 50%. So you're waiting for that evolution to the top side with the fact that price action is holding below this important 200 period moving average. We're on the 15-second time frame, so you can do this on all time frames, even the 15-second. You can see the 50 simple here below. That's a negative splay. There is a positive slope. Price action putting in higher highs, a little bit divergence. It has just recently turned around. Does it come back and test that $28 level? Quite possibly. Take it to the low. This is not yet a significant area to put in a fib because you'd have to start moving back below a 236, like I say, to be a significant move. At which point it's a golden pocket retracement. Oh, there goes price. Guys, there it goes. 236 now coming in at around 29.86. Price action just keeps going, guys. It keeps going. You know, how many times has it been halted today? Price action just keeps going. Doesn't matter. You can't stop it. Can't stop it. GameStop. You can't stop it when it starts moving. You just got to get out of the way, really. Here's a gap. That's at the top side of a golden pocket. You got 50% retracement at 32. You're at the 382 now. 31 spot 12. What's coming up there? Whoa, gifted the memberships, you lovely guys and girls. Get them. Like, nice to see you. It's good to see everybody there. Very familiar names. Yo, been a while, guys. Good to see you. Yo, thanks BMJ, appreciate it. Hey? What a lovely group of people. So, GameStop, back to the chart. You can't take your eyes off it for too long. Back above the 200 period moving average, touch that 382. Price action is no longer bearishly divergent. So come down, find support in and around that trend line we've got on the momentum. It's also where you'd meet a 50% retracement with regards to this guy. Supposed to be drawing it out. Boom. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. So you can also look at this and draw other probabilities from the way that price action is moved. If you were to give this a couple of touches in here, then you could probably take this guy and see, break out of there. See, that's why you came to those levels. Pretty handy. If it does make it back above that 382 now, you'd be looking at testing the previous high. Horizontal that's next significant in that formation is in around that 33.46 golden pocket, bottom side of a gap. That's what you'd be looking at. You also have to be cognizant of the fact that RSI momentum here, and this is a 15-second time frame, so reliability and the durability of your technical analysis always in question, no matter how good it is. Here you got this test of the center line. Nothing wrong with that. It's a test of this trend line. If it continues, happy days. Holding the 236 of that Fibonacci. Boom, can't really argue with that. We'll see what price action does. Boom. What are the blah blooms? What are the blah blooms? I don't know. Nick, thank you for everything you taught me and enabled me to capitalize on this meme run. You're welcome, Nick. They're not meme stocks, they're weak spots. The markets are really about to explode across the board, okay? Because there's no liquidity. The markets are drier than Jackie Letit's bath mat. There's nobody talking about going long on SPY. There's nobody excited about the coming rate cut. There might even be two before the November election. The sky's the limit. Things could go completely bonkers. GME moving. That's the sign of a little bit of spicy action on the stock market. What else are we up to out there in the real world? Tell me where you're from, what you've been up to the last while, and how you're capitalizing on this run, and I'll check in with Chatbox and see what you've been saying. Ching. And in the meantime, diddle-ding-ding. Diddle-dee. 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 Banana yeah. Banana yeah, XD. Banana yeah. I'll just go and check. So yeah. So I saw Roaring Kitty's new tweet there. It's like a human being with claws. That's the thing, though. The question is always like, is it actually a cat? You know, there's a degree of ambiguity because the rumor becomes true in its denial. You know how that sort of mechanism works, and so we've got someone here in the chat box who says, "I am not a cat," and it's by that profession you know that he is a cat. Yo. So every time something comes out where he's saying I'm not a cat, it's actually very ambiguous, and this is like interesting psychological parallel with what goes on in the dichotomy of the GameStop community. It's very interesting. I think that there's like interesting extra dimensions to that whole thing. Though definitely, it is like that. We're doing it ourselves. Death of the banana freeze, eh? Let me just check for banana, yeah. So I know it's deeply buried, but sometimes it's worth, going for a rummage. Going for a rummage. The rummage in the living room, as Mattress Rants would say. You're like that. Tradespotting. Is that a duck behind you? No, it's just a chap with a bill. It's just a chap with a bill. Yeah. Darn tootin'. Hi, Chris. Hi, Chris. So let's hit me with some questions. Hit me with some questions. Let's do this, guys. Let's do this live stream malarkey. Oh, yeah. Whoa, let's go live stream, guys. This is it. I'm not going to put on all the brilliant tunes. They already do everything they can to shut you down on MTV. So let's see how it goes for the next one. See, MTV's for sale. I was thinking we could buy it. It's up for sale. We could buy MTV. What do you reckon? Tradespotting, next load to reload. Well, it depends which one you want. I mean, Lepton, sir. That's not the kind of question I was talking. I was thinking more along the lines of like, what's your favorite color, or what's your favorite flavor of crisps, that sort of thing. The charts will tell you that answer, sir. Sir, the charts have that written that clearly on them right now for you, sir. Right, sir. So you broke out of this formation. I haven't tested this low here, so it may well be that something in and around there becomes like where you see price action ultimately go should it break that important moving average. You could see it then slip down here, but it's at the minute more likely it does that, and the truth is it's come from one of these. So what does that tell you? When you put it all together like that, Tradespotting, it's starting to remind me of something. No, not Zillow Group. Get out of my whatever. Right. Never even had my lunch yet. What else? What's the next question? Tradespotting, favorite color Ferrari? Well, it has to be red. Definitely red. Please. If you don't get one in red, green. If not red or green, then you can get a different color and get it made red and green, right? You can get it made red or green, right? That's what you do. Wow, right. Smash the like button, everybody. You have to hit the like button so that you don't keep us down. Don't keep our goddamn foot on our neck. Hit that like button, because they'll get a little bit extra oxygen before they push you back under the mud again. So you have to hit that like button. What shade of green? Well, Tradespotting green. The Tradespotting green? Yeah, that's the shade. The Tradespotting green. Everybody loves that. It's the perfect tone. It's the perfect shade. Greatest story ever told. This is the greatest show ever seen about the greatest story ever told. It is, so it is. We have it all ever told. And frankly, I wouldn't have heard it as clear without the help of your knowledge and patience as a teacher. What? Chicken Ricken Space Cadet Thank you very much for the 5. It's appreciated, sir. Very, very much appreciated, sir. XD. I suppose, what with the 10, we're going to do this again. So there you go. You know, had this not been happening, I'd have been having a haircut. Isn't it? Gme just gets in the way of life. What are you supposed to do? I suppose we'll put up with it. I suppose. What's the next question? Into the live chat box again. Hear all these fantastic comments. 86 million shares traded today. Today. Congratulations on 86 million, guys. It's really blowing it out of the water today on the old volume. Wow, I love volume. You can see how much I love it that I've never even got it on the charts. It's just the best, isn't it? So, volume, 15 seconds. So there's a considerable uptick here in the volume on the 15-second time frame compared to minuscule line there. And we can check that out on a 4-hour. Suits you, sir. Volume, oof, so it is. Oh, suits you, sir. Not just that, I mean, you can put it in context of how much volume has been traded at this level with the volume profile visible range, which has changed its name to something else. Visible range, profile, volume profile. Yep, why does it do that? And, well, here we are, folks. There's various ways of doing this. What you're going to get is yourself the Rocky Outcrop Toolkit. It's the indicator you get as part of membership of the Discord. And it's the one you want. It's got everything on it and it displays it in the proper fashion. You don't need to go and fanny around like this with your stupid volume. Make it relevant. Like actual volume, it's useless. See, you have to make the colours neutral because the idea that the red and green is like just because whether price finishes above or below. But for every single buy there's a sell. For every single sell there's a buy. Otherwise, you know, there isn't the other. It's the exchange is the action. So you're painting it red or green, right? That's like all well and good, but it's a little bit Fisher Price. It can be quite misleading. So that's what volume is, and if we've made the point there, we're getting rid of it. We'll go back to the 15-second time frame, put this visible range profile in context. Most of that's coming in at around $30. A lot of that coming in at around $30. I mean, the target was 35. I told everybody over and over and over for months and months and months and months and months. And then we as a community saw the start of the move before anyone else and put videos out there after we'd obviously seen it all, which was still way ahead of everybody else. And now here we are, up testing 35 and change. So, you know, that people were selling so much of it at 30, more fool them, right? That's like 10%, nearly 20% less than it went to, straight after. Silly people. Anyway, a lot of people bought it back there because, you know, markets, right, they were very, very strong there at open. Slip below and testing that level again. Well, that's going to be important in it. 29.20. There it is. Dum 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 dum. Yes, 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 yes. So 15 seconds. I'm zooming in. What are you up to, price? Do. See that? I mean, I draw lines. It doesn't really matter what lines, how straight, how squiggly, where I put them, haphazardly, accurately, diligently, scientifically, very, very pragmatic approach, or a casual, trivial dropping them on a chart. Price loves it. Oh my goodness gracious me. Huh. I mean, I'm kind of like weirded out when it does it like that. That's a little bit too much. I mean, it's like it's hiding behind my lines at the minute. Anywho, back to the charts. No, back to you guys. You guys, I don't like this big pop-out window thing with this thing on the side, right? You want to know the price? I'll tell you. Oh, it's on here, on the side. It's in there on the side. It's this blue one, isn't it? 29.10, is it? Where is it? No, it's there. It's 29. What is it? There's the countdown candle. 28. Oh my god, it changes quickly, you know. It's the yellow one on the side there. If you can't read it, you might need to get yourself a little bit closer to the TV or the telephone. Right, technology moves on fast nowadays. Whoa, back in my day, internet was all black and white. To say, God save the Queen at the end of every internet. Tradespotting, how optimistic is it to hope that GameStop will trade on pre-split levels in 2024? Not financial advice. How optimistic is it? Well, you see, the wording of that question allows me a lot of wiggle room, doesn't it? It's very optimistic. Who doesn't like an optimist? Well, only a cynic. Pessimists, they don't mind, right? Because they're defined by their counterpart. Whereas cynics, they're the ones that you'd really annoy. And so, sure, it's very optimistic. What's wrong with being optimistic, right? You make a lot of friends. You'll align yourself with positive people. Yeah, I mean, it's optimistic. You want to know, like, as a juxtaposition, you want to know, like, with the opposite being unrealistic, and then you're framing the language in such a way that, like I say, it gives me lots of wiggle room, doesn't it? What else is up? Oh, look, next question. But KT or Kacha, what if we gave up eating people for Lent? Who? What? Are we running into thousands like who? Like what? If I have to understand the question. Are we cooling off to get ready for the next leg up? Badder, you haven't taken the course. There isn't a chapter called cooling off for it, getting ready to take. It's not like an aeroplane where, like, after you land you have to clean it up, right, and like put shit in the bin and then like hoover, vacuum it all the aisles and, like, you know, like refuel and check that shit ain't broken and whatever. And then, like, hello campers, hello travellers, enjoy this brilliant flight to Torremolinos. Nope, it's not really like a refueling, fueling up the rock, coming down, I fuel up the rocket. There is ways of describing the mechanism you're talking about, but the way you frame it there is as if price action to the downside is controlled by the bulls. It's would be an incorrect or not a full expression of what's actually happening to describe it like that. There would be better articulations, I'd say. Though, sir, I know that you've got it. You've been at this shrine of GameStop. You've learned the language. You speak the truth, no matter what the words you're saying. You know what's actually happening in GameStop. You know you've been here as long as anyone. So if you want to describe it like that, who's to blame you? It's a good idea. Bjorn Tradespotting, is Jme dragging along some ASE MCs this morning? ASS MCs this morning. Is GameStop dragging it along? You see, that's again like a not a correct expression, because there is no link, like, to pulling them along like that. Because if there was, then the same thing would be true, that, like, it would be you would be able to then say that it was like an anchor, right? Like its own drag would cause resistance, and so that would be perhaps not the expression that I would use about it. But the idea that there would be some sort of tacit connection, of course, right? But that would be the traders, and they'd be exploiting certain dynamics, and the chances are that movements on the GameStop chart would inform related assets, those assets that would be in the same sector or subject to the same conversations, or whose traders of this nature, whose traders shared a cultural approach to investing and trading, as opposed to, like, a strictly traditional pragmatic approach. And you might say, like, oh my goodness, it's dangerous to short GameStop right now. That's an understatement. And so likely the same would be true with other stocks. I mean, if you've seen what's happened in COS right now, and COS is going crazy, and it's not GameStop causing that, so to speak. You know, the GameStop's not causing that movement. So this is COS, 15-minute time frame. Right, you can see, like, it's had huge moves there. We talked about this a long time ago. It's up 143%. That's quite crazy. 15 minutes. Put it on a 4-hour time frame, you can see it's done a similar thing to GameStop in terms of the breakout from downward sloping channel, the areas we said it would test. See, you want to be a member on the show here, so you do. And then you would have these heads up, as we've had. And you want to be on the Discord, And I mean, everyone should be on the Discord by now. You know, it's 4 years or something we've been doing this. 4 years, and the Discord you get on for free. You can upgrade and you get excellent indicators. But like being there is important because people there, I really put a lot of effort into them. It's a serious moment here. Put a lot of effort into them. They go really, really far in their trading journey, and they can help take you along with them in a way that, like, the idea that there's a link between GME and AMC, you know, that's like either aspirational or illustrative. It's not true to say that there's an actual link, whereas there's a significant link, and it's not just some trivial correlation between your success as a trader and whether you're a member of the Rocky Outcrop Discord or not. It's very important that you're in there. Even if you can't afford to be on the paid side, it's very important you be, even more important then, you're on the free side. So I would urge everyone who's not there to join up, right? And there is no excuse for not being there, so make it happen. It's free. Somebody share the link, please. One of the mods, if you're around, share the link in the chat box. And everyone actually join, right? It doesn't cost you anything. You have to type a few times, write a few messages, say hello. There's instructions. Say hello and chat, and you'll get then all the privileges come short very quickly. And you'll get access to the best trading group in the world. So that's not a joke. GameStop, checking in, GameStop, 1 minute. Wow, you'll also be aware of this indicator. So price action done the while there, not bad. Now we want to check with this chart you guys ask about. Here it is, 15-second time frame, up at 386. Did it test that? It did. As we said, this would go at $4. Holy shit, get out of town. Honestly, hey look, duck. Again, does it ever stop? Does it ever stop? You know, does it ever stop, right? And I said, and put it quite clearly, you know, you got just over $1,000 to start with, and I'll give you 9 trades, which will all double, and that will make you a millionaire, right? That's the way it works. If you follow Tradespotting, and I'm the millionaire maker. It's not a joke. That's that's going on here, right? So $1,000, right? 1,000, and then you times it by 2. Times it by 2 is 2,000, right? It's 2,000, and then you times it by 2 again. That's 4,000. Times it by 2 again. That's 8,000. You do it again. That's 16,000. You do it again. That's 32. Again, 64. 128. 256. 512. Have I done it wrong? You're a millionaire by now. You're actually a millionaire already. Double that, it's $1 million. You're a millionaire. Congratulations, right? And all you need to do is watch Tradespotting, put a little bit of faith in them, and yeah, starting with $1,000. That's a lot of money. No, it isn't. It's not a lot of money, right? It's not where we're from. Like, there's people who watch this show from Ethiopia. Dude who watched this show from Ethiopia, he started with a tenner, right? It's now no longer is that $1,000 much more to him either, because he watched this show, right? So he's starting on a tenner, and if he's making better progress than you, right? You know, shame on you, right? Shame on you. Why are you not trying harder? You better fucking be in the Discord, that's for sure, right? You know, he grew up eating the leftover tomato peel from a pig farm, which was selling it to a vegetable exporter who brings you your vegetables. And so he grew up outside on poverty, on the outside of a farm, eating this discarded pig food, which was really only tomato peel and skins. And he's a fucking legend as part of this trading community, you know, and us in all our privilege, right? So, what up, boom? Hey, thanks very much, Boomja, sharing that there. Thank you very much, everybody. Join that Discord, Joe. Couple of different. There's Jane sharing it too. No excuse, you've got the link shared 3 times. Tap yup, up a nice 53%. Yay, doesn't stop, does it? Tap yup. Hey, so GameStop. AMC's 15-second time frame. Come back, test that golden pocket. On to GameStop. Back to GameStop. Slipped out the end there, filled that Rocky Outcrop flash, so we've got that out of the way. The fact that this was support and now could potentially be resistance, having dropped out of this formation, obviously gives you a bounce back as well. So we'll see how that turns out overall, but good to be cognizant of it. This we spoke about, you know, here we go, drag that over, but you don't really need me to. You can see it as bright there and clean as day. You can see it just as I can. You know, if there was any need to validate the veracity of the very good information you're getting here, well, price action does it. I drew that out, did a wow, price action went through the wow, and then I did that question for leptin, and then it bounced off. I mean, I didn't really need to articulate what happened. You saw it for yourself. It was magic. Okay, back in with my train stack. Still feel much better. Ah, you see. You see, sir? Sir! Jamie, my man. Big love from Swindon. When you join in Houston, wait again. Soon, yeah? I want to join Houston soon. I'm supposed to be on the PP show tonight. I've got to check with my dad to see how he's getting on in the evening time there, as you guys know, as the regular viewers of the show know. Joe Dad. And then hopefully get on the PP show tonight. And then it'd be great to be on with Houston. You know, this is a big week. It'd be great to be on with Houston this week. I'd like that. Yeah, I'd like that. It's funny, the division, isn't it? How people get so the high school drama involved in it all, and then you've got real snakes who hide and pretend in their cynicism that they're just like silly high school sort of, when they're really actual evil bastards. Evil bastards. Yo, you know who that is. Bastards aren't getting my shares for a long while. Yeah, there's plenty of bastards that have got shares long, and you know by now, right? There's plenty of bastards. You've seen them. They've got YouTube channels. They talk about GameStop and steal shit off me. Boom! Cheers, mate. You're welcome, Nintendian. Boom! Flash shot. Yo. Yeah. What are plan holdings in my CS account, and why are they separate? Am I in some sort of scheduled buy plan I forgot about? Plan holdings. Well, you've got. Are you talking about computer share? CS. Yes. Well, you got like the direct purchase. You know when you like set up a buy like on the regular, so you're like a GME shareholder subscriber where you're topping up every month out your salary and whatnot. They're like one type of purchase program with computer share, and then there's other ones where you've got your actual DRS shares. Just like there's some subtle nuanced differences, and so it might be that, but then I don't know. I think you can like you'll have to ask computer share. Katie, you know this is not customer service. If it was, imagine how bad I'd be at customer service. You've seen unreasonable.shop. Terms and conditions there are pretty clear. So, yo, Death of a Freesh is sitting there with your name all over it. GME to the frackin' moon. Frackin' hell, yo. Frackin' hell, yo. Yozers. You yozers, yes. So, yes, GME to the frackin' moon and stuff, right? To the frackin' moon, you frackers. I have to check. Carry on, GameStop. Carry on up the charts. That was a double low. That clearly a lot of bullish divergence subsequent to that, but it definitely needs to break back above this horizontal level of resistance there, GameStop. Testing that 50 simple itself below the 200. Yeah, bit of movement there, that's good. Back inside the channel, displacement, breakout to the top side, take you back to $30 again. But that's the channel and it persists at the moment. Now I was trying to get myself into the old tweeter, but I've managed to somehow not make that. I've managed to somehow look out. And where's my phone to log me back in? I hate it when this happens. What? How did Twitter get so crap that it, like in the last while? No joke, it really did. Loads of it got crap. Not that I've got any like that. I don't subscribe to the typical critiques of it. I just wish it was like slightly better. Where's my phone gone? There it is. Sorry, living in your face there. That. Right, so I can at least see what you're talking about with regards to the Roaring Kitty tweet on my phone, but unless this decided to log me out as well, has it? Hey, well, my feed is full of interesting stuff. Everybody seems really happy. That's nice, isn't it? Hey. Diddle-a-dee-dee. Right, I'm in. Here we go. So you shouldn't watch tweets without logging in, then it stops letting you even look at anything.
Still here?
Haha.
It's over. We're done. When I say we're done. From your sleep.
Holding that 236. Oh. Nice piano work. I saved my piano in the flood, obviously. It was the first thing. You know. First thing I saved. Whew. But it was fucking heavy. And it spelled disaster for everything else. After that I was geeked out. I was like, look, you can have it all, God. Anyway, here we go. I wasn't actually saved everything else I could until such times as like, well, there was actually I saved everything. Anyway, so 236, there's that resistance. Oh my goodness gracious me, Tradespotting saving the day, saving everything all the time. That's pushing back above the center line. 15 seconds is not going to give you like a true picture of clean momentum hits. 29.33 is a flash. That's where you'll go on the breakout of this channel. Hold the 50% line there. That'll be the break. You've managed to test that horizontal, and you can see, like, despite the wick higher on the 15-second time frame, really it was about the candle closed. That's where traders bring price. Traders bring price to the candle close, whereas the wick is where traders are brought by price. If you like the way that Tradespotting speaks about things, then you can take the course, technicalanalysis.school. So you need to get back above this closing price on this previous high, otherwise that's a failed recovery. Until such times as that happens, you're within this formation. It's a linear formation on the logarithmic chart. I could check it out on the non-logarithmic chart. If I had some sort of a hole in my head, I'd probably do that sort of thing. So rocket crop flash, you've got these lows. You can tell that this like price action testing these previous lows, but RSI not actually at that area, suggests that there's a degree of weakness in those pushing it down, or divergence there in this particular move. Price action closing higher though, so that can't be yet be confirmed. And then the nature of this channel is such that it continues until one side, those driving price in their direction, are defeated. And when they're defeated, they have to close the position. So if that's short going long, then they close the short, they buy, and then they push price above resistance. So if it is that price pushes back above 28.64, those who are short here, because there's a lot of people, right? There's a lot of people do that, right? They've got this obsession, like they want to pinch windows, they want to trip up trains, they want to touch hot irons. It's a compulsion. They should get themselves down to the doctor. But obviously part of that problem is like the cognitive dissonance that comes with it. So they're never going to get themselves to the doctor. Instead, they sign up to niche subreddits and just talk like insane amounts of shit about good people. Right, so what you've got there is a horizontal level of resistance. As price action breaks above there, the shorts will be proved wrong, so they're going to have to close, you know, because they're obviously afraid it'll go to $50 or $45 or something like that, because they are very emotional people. And so they buy the shares immediately. It's also a good place to be managing your risk if you are short on it. You would have to. So it's also a breakout trade. And so like this is where the volume comes in, but it's mostly short people changing their mind, buying the stock, pushing it back above resistance, and that gives it that upwards momentum on top of everyone who's bullish, because that's the bulls winning at that resistance level. That resistance then becomes support, because, you know, the majority of the market's long at that point. Push it below it for the liquidity grab, and the price continue to the top side, then you've really defeated the bears at that level. The target would be 29.33. You guess got a rocket outcrop flash, so I mean, somebody's out there doing the work for you. Good old Rocky, my brother. Get that indicator as part of the being on the Discord, and you join his Patreon at patreon.com/rockyoutcrop. It's really quite straightforward. So you might be want to look at the 15-minute time frame, put all of this in like a slightly more reliable, I'm saying reliable, but 15 minutes, you know, it isn't. Here's your 236 from the Grand Fibonacci. That was the Grand Fibonacci, is, you know, most people don't talk about him. He long dead, of course, but he put that in there, and it's part of the classical technical analysis when he was back in 1800 and he put that in there, and now we're here at it. So if that managed to hold, that would be representative of a larger bull flag. Do you remember the bull flag we drew it on? This is the 4-hour time frame here, and we have this technical analysis. You see here was the bull flag. We made a video and all. This was the bull flag here. We had this grander formation here. That's the wedge, the measured move, and like we had these targets. we got it perfectly, right? Let's be honest. Again, we really got it perfectly. There isn't a more accurate GameStop chart going at the minute than this one, and you can have full access to this on my Patreon. It's called the Patreon charts, because this chart and all of my charts are available to everybody on my Patreon. You can just get my chart. You can get all of the data that I draw on, all the moves, all the trades, all the risk reward, all the probabilities. You get all my work, all of it, on every ticker I ever do it on, all of it on my Patreon. You can have all of it. It's live too, 24/7 on your trading view. And you can just go to that, save that layout, well, my God, it's pretty handy. So you could do that if you want. It's there, it's available option to you. I don't really mind if you do or don't, obviously. At this stage, that sort of thing is really your decision. Okay, back to the chat box. What did you been saying? I don't want to stay on a 4-hour time frame, though it is interesting to see things there. You want to be higher details. Well, 15 seconds was great. I mean, with regards to reliability, sure, and whatnot, you know, the technical analysis is more robust, slightly more data, slightly more accurate picture, right? But in the here and now, it's perfectly good. You got this support line again. It's obviously they're matching up on the RSI. Haven't managed to break this resistance level, but then you're in this downward sloping diagonal resistance, which should it break, right? You've got the velocity and momentum to keep going. Obviously, got that golden pocket at 29.50. I mean, that's it's like hello, 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 hello. Yeah, so the Roaring Kitty tweet, I want to get that up, right? But logging into Twitter and then doing all that stuff live when they like to log you out like they just freaking did, don't appreciate it from them, you know? Ken. I feel great once it passes 100. Best chocolate per biscuit ratio in the Patreon gate. Chocolate per biscuit, Dan Tootin, this was a discussion we were having recently about like chocolate and biscuit ratio, right? You want as little biscuit, as much chocolate as possible, especially what with the super cycle and commodities kicking off. Have you been watching Tradespotting for a while? If you have, you're probably about to do significantly well. Wait, what? Tradespotting, Trading View, peaking 24/7. Yeah, Deladris. Yes, it's been like that since the first shows. It's the first day at my Patreon. You know, people like look, I'm not going to reveal them because their success is their own, and it extends far beyond the fact that they availed of that service. though that does speak to their obvious intelligence and likely success. But a lot of people did very well with it. Haha, I mean, good vibes. Yes, very good vibes. Very good vibes. Yes, man. Yo, Lisa. How you doing? How you doing? How's everybody? Best chocolate biscuit. Thanks very much, Mike. Sauce, good to see ya. Study hour tomorrow morning. Boom, boom. Find it kind of weird being in green in Gme, doesn't it? It's a little bit like IEP 2.5%. Cool. Would you mind sharing your thoughts on cannabis stock in OTC stock CBDLD, says Chris. Hi Chris, good to see you. Yeah, it's not the best one, there's a better one. There's two better ones that are gonna trades, but yeah, I've talked about it on Discord this morning, in fact, on the paid side, so check that out. Top $2 call for this week, just jumped in from 1 cent to 43. 1 to 43. Huh? 1 to 43, huh? Ain't that the truth? Who is it that called you your top yup trades? Let's be honest. Is there someone out there pretending to copy that one? Because if they are, they're really just at that point ridiculing themselves, like beyond irony. Wow, it's so surreal. You know, being on the internet and being an expert, you rely on the connections you have with people who you know yourself to be real, because there's these pseudo connections you get online, right? Like, of course, everybody here would say, I'm really like Tradespotting, I'm his friend, and a lot of that's true, but a lot of people here, right, it's not real relationship for them, it's one of convenience. They would never betray that, but the truth of that, but that's the way it is, you know. Maybe I'm speaking to you. But doing this job and putting, you know, your heart and soul into it and making sacrifices so that other people are successful. When I'm very good at what I do, you know I am, it's not a joke, professionally trained in that. It's not about an ego question, it's quite pragmatic and obviously true at this stage. Thousands and thousands of YouTube videos, approaching 5,000 shows I've made. So when someone like just copies you, like copies you, and then they themselves then say like, people are copying me. It's just so weird, right? The level of like, you know, you're like it's so surreal. It's a really weird surreal feeling. Like, it's not just the pseudo relationships, but then like what happens when those people flip and go like proper bonkers? I don't know. And I wonder, is it partly my affect? Is it me that being so convincing and so good at doing this can give the wrong personality a false confidence? It's weird. And then that person can do so much damage to good people. And then I wonder about the consequences of my own actions and if it's fair or not. So I really rely on those real connections with real people in the chat box. Thanks very much. Appreciate you guys. I just put my coffee all over my keyboard and monitor. Rich Jacob, that's the worst thing to do with your coffee. The worst thing to do with it. You know, if people here are spilling coffee, chocolate, everything on. And that's it, it's gone, you know. Once you spill coffee on your laptop, that's it, gone. 20 months, Aaron. Boom. Texas Super Chat, $20. Cheddar sour cream are the best flavour of crisp, period. Well, they are pretty good. Cheddar sour cream are pretty good. Do you not like pickled onion crisps though? Do you not like pickled onion? I'm a big fan of pickled onion crisps. They're not as popular as they used to be. You know, they were all the rage back when I was 5 and 6 years old. And now you can't get them. For love or money, Jen. Thank you for the last month of amazing learning, Jamie. You're welcome, Jen. Thank you. Great to see you out of quarantine. We shared quarantine. Myself, Jen, and Sost. We are 24 hours ago. BMJ Shadow, HCI. We'll have a look at HCI later on, but for $5 we can't interrupt GameStop. Don't be sending me that. I feel bad, bum jum bama. I'll get after that after. XD $10 banana, yeah. You betcha. And Space Cadet, $5, we got that, yeah. But we could look at HCI shortly. But we can't do it right now. It'd be silly to go to that from here, unless there's something GameStop-y happening there, is there? You know, how can I not check? 15 seconds isn't going to look the same. This is not it. It's not it. No, it's definitely not it, yo. This is not it at the minute. Oh, look, on the early it's not bad, and it's filling a gap, and it's not filled it yet. It's below important moving averages, rolling over, you've got bullish divergence, maybe you do get a little bit of reaction, but at this point your resistance is back up at around, you know, is it slipped below 100 yet? No. Well, we'd be worried there, you know, I'd be worried about that. Up below 100, it's screwed. You can see it went to that level things go to when they break above 100. I'll go back to that later. Bam jamma, bam jamma. Bam jamma! Right, what else did I miss? I love GameStop. I love GameStop. 21 months. Good to see you, Jake. Legend. If you see Jake in the Discord, give him a shout. If you all see each other in Discord quite often, so don't just start saying hello all the time. It's not very practical. You know, just speak to it, just say the thing, you know, you don't need to say the hello and all. It's good though, a little bit of small chat, you know, get a reading on the person you're talking to's mood, deliver effective conversations, that sort of thing. You know, just be careful, like if you're heavily into GameStop, you have to think to yourself, like, am I also extremely autistic? Because if you are, then you'll have to go and have to regulate your own affect. And so one way of doing that is using hello as a mechanism, like hello, and then the person will say back to you, hello, and then you're beginning a conversation, and then you can work your way to practical benefits, right? You don't actually have to realize them immediately, okay? I know we're all going to die and you want to get to the point, that's true, but it's more effective at the end of the conversation if you've got a proper reading on the person. So hello's a good way of doing that, it is. Okay? Always coming to the rescue, eh? Tradespotting, are there more data to investigate with those trading halts and pre-market action? There is, Mike, there is. There is. Autism flowchart, you got it, it's there. Yay, yay. That's me, autistic to the max. I know, right? Eh? Oh, it's cute, isn't it? Right. Back to those chairs. There's the chairs. Yeah, there's a bad murder in there, right? You could draw him in if you wanted. It's like the gingerbread man, you've seen him, but all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put him back together again. There's been a gingerbread man murdered. Somebody say that's a jellyfish, and I'd say, you've just never seen a murdered person before. And then just quite a large murdered person, so it's in there. True story. It's on the early 4 hours where you would pay most of attention to the gaps. If you're trading using gap theory, which you probably are, because you probably understand how I describe the way it makes you loads of money. So it's between two important Fibonacci's. Golden pocket back down there. Previous formation that you came out of. If you were to go in that direction at the moment, having hit this target, there would be questions. But you know, of course there'll be questions, eh? I mean, I think we are in a continuum in that way, right? There will always be questions. There will always be. We do our best to provide the most relevant answer at the time. So on the hourly time frame, yes, there is a gap. There's also lots of areas where it could come back to eventually, but you know, you would target them when price was trending in that direction, and at the minute price is definitely trending to the top side. There's lots of different ways of looking at it, thinking about it. Let's turn off all the indicators apart from the VPR and talk about this huge volume candle here when price took off. That was the start of moves. Price action accumulation at that level, price breaking out of the downward sloping formation. You see that on the 1 hour time frame. The drawing's off. Like there's this downward sloping formation. There's clearly a diagonal trend line here. Grander picture, similar situation, broke out of that, and that's very much a breakaway, right? A breakaway, along with the fact that you've got higher highs. These are all highs, prices higher than them. It's made it to these important targets. Yeah, you know, there is these areas below. But the thing is, Mike and friends, I saw Rowan Kitty's first tweet there before I got logged out. You'll have got the audio with the half man, half cat. And at one point he says, like, I have to do this myself. And I take that to mean we have to do this ourselves, because I've definitely been here doing it. Ba-la-ding! Our hearts are strong. Love you all. Thank you, Jme. Our future is shining. I recognize those lyrics. This our resident bard, the lyrical genius, Ronaldo Moreno, the king among men. Check out his YouTube channel. Legend. Cheers, Ray. 35 months. Associate. An associate for 35 months? What is that noise? Honestly, I think my neighbours like are constantly on the move inside their own house. Either that or they're not satisfied with the furniture. Or maybe I drove them mad with my playing music. All these things are possible. Oh, there's GameStop trying to break out. Just look at that. I was right about the sport level, wasn't I? Yes, you were right, Tradespotting. Okay, Tradespotting, you were right. We get it now. I gotta get out of this place. Boom! And I got out of that place. So, yeah, great, right? So, like Rory Katie's tweet there, the most recent one, I wanted to get it up. There was a cat at a window, and there was Radiohead were on. They're a fantastic British band. One of the best ever. One of the best ever. And, you know, I'm an authority on that. Everything else that I have an opinion on. Fucking, what am I like? Right, GameStop, let's do it already. 15 seconds. We could go down to the 1 second because, you know, it's exciting at the minute. There it is on the 1 second time frame. Whoa, couldn't get enough of GameStop, so we went down here at the 1 second. I can also look on the momentum indicators. We're on the 1 second, really not looking at anything apart from not seeing anything there. Hey! You know, I'm making sacrifices. I'm making sacrifices doing this stream. You can't see my alerts tab there, no. Good. Good. Katie, 34 months. Beat you by a month. He did, Katie, beat you by a month. Second place is nothing. This place is all about winning. You'll have got that impression from me, surely. It's all about winning. Second place is last. You know, it's important. I've said it on Discord this morning. It's important in the history of the Discord, of my brother's effort starting the community we were all part of, the channel here. Success and winning is what this place is built on. It's why I'm known, right? It's because I win, not because I got angry or upset about things and was emotional that time. You know, so were all of you. I was the one that was winning and leading the way and lightening the darkness with fucking winning over and over and over, relentless winning till the point that it gives off a glow and it lights the fucking darkness. And that's what this place is built on, winning. And now we put that into you, so you're a bunch of fucking winners, and you're winning over and over and over. You know, there was narratives in other GameStop communities, like call it that, in maybe a flattering sense, but there were narratives in other places where things were hard, where life was getting tougher, where people couldn't bear it, where they were struggling. But that was never what was happening here. It was winning, 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 and that's what's important, right? That's fucking important around here. Winning is part of the environment. It's part of the air you breathe, right? It's shared by other winners over and over, and people who arrive, they become winners. It's fucking important. It's important to me, it's important to everybody else that's watching you, it's important to each other, it's important to Rocky who started the place, and it's important for all the people that are coming next to know that this is the place to win, so that we can make more and more winners. And that's all it's about, winning. And if you're ever bored, it's because you're not fucking winning. If you're ever tired, it's because you're not winning enough. If you ever took too much energy, you're also not winning enough. So essentially, you can't win enough, right? And that's why you need to keep winning, because you'll never ever stop. You need to win them all the time. 1 win, 10 wins, 100 wins, it means nothing. Next one has to be a win. This one has to be a win. Hydration is important, sort of. We are all in first place. Madrigia, I think you're in first place in today's stream. I think you are in first place in today's stream. Very much so. Shout out to Madrigia. Boom. 35 months. Associate, 35 months. Boom. Chris, 35 months associate. Boom. winning. Eh? They're winners. Look, GameStop. Look at it. Yo, boom, boom. What are people who don't do technical analysis on GameStop doing right now? I mean, Roaring Kitty's making the memes, but he can do technical analysis and is quite proficient at it. So you've got... Who are the other technical analysts known for covering this thing? I know that Mattress Rants never does TA. He said that when he asked me to stop bullying him. Mattress Rants is super soldier. Stop bullying me! Stop bullying me! Fucking guy runs a toxic community of fascists. He's like, stop bullying me. Mind you, they're all like that, eh? You know, scratch a Gme elitist and then a fascist starts bleeding. It's just a scratch, yo. It's about their haemophiliacs. So, shout out to my peeps. Yes, who are the other technical analysts? I don't ken. Rocky Mead, Rory Kitty. There's like you can't call Jackie the text because he copied me. It's absurd, guy. It's absurd. He's got strange mental health problems, and there's also rumors that he beat up his own mum. So you know, associate with him, and you know you're on that. You're out of my world, sir. So, who are the other ones? Like, who cares? As if there are other ones. Rocky up, crop, flash. It's gonna make good money. So you got this, you know, people would wonder, is price action rolling over? They wouldn't be able to see much because Tradespotting drawings are in the way. You look left, you can see that there is important horizontal levels here, and that might be why you're encountering a degree of congestion. I don't like that VPVR being so sticky outy, so sticky outy. What? That's much nicer. Isn't it, everyone? So that's the 1 second where you could get like a little bit anxious. Could be quite stressful, you know. Whereas here in the 15 second, and just make the charts extremely clean here. The important horizontal at this stage is back around 31, and break that, the next target is back around 33, and then you've got the top side of a gap, and you've got gap theory to pay attention to, which means that 34.79 is important, and then the previous high at 38. And those are the levels to look to if you're bullish at this stage. Crude oil surges over 1%. Oh no! Eh? So, markets, liquidity, price action, everything about to move. 2 rate cuts by November. Suits you, sir. Suits you. Eh? So, any questions? Into the chat box again. What are we missing? Facts. Always more lessons. Always the right time to start. It's tiring to go alone. Join the Discord and keep winning. Guitar outside. 32 months soldier. You know, 32 months soldier. I'd say I can count you guys on my hands and toes, but I can count you on one hand. Thank you very much. Soldier and above, any member, soldier and above, I can count you all on one hand. So those people who do that, right, thanks so much. Just use the lifeblood of the show. It's very much a community run show in that way, and I appreciate it. What's the date? It's probably in around the anniversary of this channel. Oh my god, it probably is. Eh? Probably the anniversary. Fuck it, might be this Friday. We'll have to celebrate on Friday. No, it's in May. Hey, guys, it's the Tradespotting birthday coming up. Holy shit. Well, I think it might be this Friday. Facts, bing bong, always more lessons, always the right time to start. It's tiring to go alone. Dum dum dum. Thank you very much. From Guitar Outside. Hey. Fidelity lifts my stop orders before price action reaches them. Probably. Great day today. It is me, Fane. What am I missing? Eh? What am I missing? Any questions? Let's get to it. Let's get to those questions. Did I drink all the coffee? I can't have drunk all the coffee. That would be a disaster. That can't have happened. It may have happened. It may have happened, guys. It may have actually happened. darn it. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Josh Hartnett. What's that show where they've got the big hole in the field? Where's the second series of that? That was brilliant. Get that thing back on again. Tradespotting, can we take a look at NOK? Looks like a make or break area. Just NOK. Just NOK. NOK, buddy. Coffee break. It did. It did. I don't know who, but I have a lot of aggression. Yes, I wake up with that. I wake up with that. I wish Coco was here to host while you make coffee. Ha. I wish too. I wish he wish why. I wish he to. I wish as well. I wish as well. I wish upon a well. A willa watcha woo. Right? A witcha watcha he. And that. So that yeah, I wish it all too. I wanted to find things. Interesting, awesome things. Interesting, awesome things that you would enjoy. I wanted to show you them. No. Ugh, that's taking me to the wrong thing. That's taking me to the wrong thing. Where the hell am I? Where the hell are you guys? I suspect these are on that. Right, how do I even, there's another DFD tweet, Colin says. But Colin, did you not just ask about, no, that was the other, NOK. DFD tweaks. NOK, how can I handle this all at once? Just one man with just two hands. Yo, Jumpin' Jabberwock. How's it going, my friend? Legend. Anniversary of awesomeness. Good to see you, Jumpin' Jabberwock. Your anniversary too, eh? 34 months, associate. Fucking legend. Eh? How's things where you are, my friend? Tradespotting. Someone was asking whether you see the breakout on Gme as just a breakout or a bull flag. What? What does that mean, Jen? Breakouts can be bull flags. What do you mean? You're gonna have to tell me what that. Maybe I don't know what that question means. Really, like a yes? I don't know what that means. My bad. Probably too early to tell. Single candle in 4 hour. Oh, you're answering now, are you? Guitarist Site's doing my work for me. Thank you, everybody. This is brilliant. I do have jobs to do, so I'm going to go and get on with those chores. Guitar Outside's going to answer the rest of your questions. That's not a joke. He thinks I'm lampooning that, but I'm not. You have to take over now and answer questions. This because that was a good answer. You know, it did better than my answer. I didn't even understand the question. So you can now direct your questions to Guitar Outside, right? I didn't ask that question. Yeah, Jen didn't even ask the question. So whoever it was, ask again. And this time ask properly, and Guitar Outside is going to answer it for you. Aren't you, Guitar Outside? Probably. And yeah, thank you very much. That's appreciated. So you can tell us now. I also want to know the answer. Why does this keep coming up? Honestly, I'm going to go insane mad. I'm going to go insane mad. I can log into Twitter here, and you guys will not reveal my credentials. Says me. I don't know. I'm going to log into the Twitter. Nope. Why are you so rubbish, Twitter? Or is it me? I'm just not able to log into websites anymore. It's a problem I have now somehow in my head. I can do it on my phone and I can't. Can I not just send this tab to my MacBook? Is that not a thing? What did I do with my phone? Oh no, come on. And well, thank God Guitar Outside's handling things because I'm in a kerfuffle. And I didn't get to knock either. Oh well, knock knock. Who's there? Tradespotting. Here's my phone. Messages. This just sends my profile to my MacBook. I didn't want to do that. Right, so next idea. I hope Guitar Outside is taking good care of you. Ding ding. Smash the like button. That's a good tip at all times. Diddle-a-dim.
Just think of a job.
Give me back my dragons. Give me back my dragons! It's her again, and she wants her dragons back. It's her outside. It's her outside. She wants her dragons back. Ding ding. Very close to Bing Bong there. Very, very close, but no cigar. So, what did we come to the conclusion then? Is it a breakout or is it a bull flag? 9 halts today so far. Is that it? Is that all you got, guys? Is that all you got? 9 halts. Is that all you can do? Just stop it 9 times. You know, that's due to the volatility. And that break is, you know, there to facilitate liquidity and keep the markets ticking over. Can't have them all exploding just because Tradespotting said they would. More reason to not let it happen, in fact, right? Because if it kept happening and everyone just knew what was going to happen, right, it'd be like that if self-help actually worked, you know, the system would break down, right? Like you can imagine. People will say to you, like, the GameStop MOAS is not possible because there's not enough money in the world, or variation on the theme, right? Which is fine. It's a rational, logical point of view. And you know, even people who'd be like anti-GameStop and associating a whole community of people like that, I don't say that that makes them a bad person. You know, they've got a rational view and they've got logic to support their ideas. You know, I don't mind. It's not like it doesn't affect me. And then, so I don't mind. I don't hold any personal grudge. And I think those people don't judge them either. So Jimmy, you called 35. I did, Rich. So wait, what was the point I was making there? Yeah, eek. Not even sure. I think I've maybe forgotten in my appeasement of the other side of the trade. Yeah, so whatever. I don't really mind if people are. Thank you for joining us with today, Lisa. $50, great to get me back on track. $50, Gamma Ramp. I see what you're talking about there. $50 from Lisa. Thank you for being with us every day, Lisa, and doing the chapters. Yeah, all the videos there. They've got chapters and everything, telling you what's going on. You can get right to the part of the video you enjoy, or want to focus on, or easy to share the part of the video with somebody else, and that's been that way for years now, thanks to Lisa, who does it. Total legend, you know. Talk about community support here, Lisa. It doesn't get much better than that, you know. Lisa should be known as how many people she's helped in the GameStop community, you know, who first arrived, needed a pointed in the right direction. She identified that and did it, pointed them in the right direction, and a lot of people watching now are only able to be here because of that nudge from Lisa in the right way. Pretty spectacular overall. Yo. Pretty spectacular. Thanks for everything you do, Lisa. And $50 there as well. Boom. Boom. Hey, darn tootin' Donna. Schwartz, it was yourself, Schwartzy boy, who passing on the question to Sky. How did we get to the point where Sky, I used Sky that was so fantastic at sharing the news updates in the Discord for a long time there. Was that yourself? With new distributed focus now on trying to get the best news all the time on there. So it's like a slightly different format for doing it. But you were awesome if that was you. Whoever that was. I think it was yourself, Sky. How many people called Sky can there be? So the question, how did we get to a point where there was no liquidity? It's that liquidity isn't deployed actively in the way you might imagine, and collateral is collateral is a very nebulous concept, let's put it that way. So there's certain cogs in the machine which themselves require much more lubrication than others, and so it's always good to reserve a little bit of your capital, not deploy everything. And that goes for every level of the market, for every stage of the value chain. When acute idiosyncratic risks occur, it does mean that the back end of that system takes an awful lot more juice to keep running than it would on any typical day. And then there's an awful lot of boom, JS. Whoa, ho, JS, you freaking legend, you lovely little pineapple. You gem of a man. Jamie, you got a fox. I got a fox! It's JS, yo, I got a fox. You betcha I did. Vis-a-vis, $50. Jumping Jabberwock's 34 months. Guitar Outside, 32 months. JS, $49.90. Are you psychic, kitties? You're psychic, kitties. $33 months. Thanks for that. What was I talking about? Yeah, it's liquidity. So there's these issues, and they're pertinent to the stock you're looking at in the background. There's also the question of liquidity in general, right? So what a lot of people would speculate, like, what are really good analysts looking at right now? I'm a really good analyst, so I'll tell you what they're looking at. You're looking at VIX. Maybe you're not looking at this particular chart, but that's because you're not on my Patreon, in which case you're not really all that smart, are you? Let's face it. So it came down, we talked about this previous low, and you've got the RSI on, you can see that you had idea of like momentum really breaking lower, price action not doing so. Testing to the top side, center line retest, price action failing, really weak, continuation divergence, VIX coming back down again, might come down to 10. If it breaks 10, it might come down to 8. If it comes down to 8, VIX at 8 is where the whole world gets destroyed, right? It's where the whole world gets destroyed. It's where here you had in just 2018, 2019, I had a COVID destroyed, right? It went from 8 to 100. Previously, you had it here in 2007, 2008, just ahead of the financial crisis, VIX at 8, right? Before that, back in around the end of the 80s, early 90s, right? You had huge crash, big problem in the stock market after VIX itself reaching way down to 8, right? So that next peak before it went back down again, up at around 45. Peak from the previous 8 up at around 93, 94, right? And this happens very quickly compared to the speed at which most charts would 10x. And then again, here 8, right? So you get, is VIX on its way back to 8? Yes, it is, right? It is. Then, this is the volatility index. It's a measure of how many contracts are out of the money. And that's then said to be a measure of volatility. Whether or not you could say that that's true is, of course, very much depends on what you're using it for, and if you're using that for a purpose which is effective, then of course that's what it is to you. But to me, it's not really a measure of volatility. It's just a measure of how many people were wrong and out of the money, which, when you compare it to open interest, reveals a really interesting picture, especially if you experience of looking at those figures and how they move with trend and price. So it would be obvious to people like myself that there was a lot of people who would be previously have driving price in other trends are now trapped in positions and not able to or not willing to manage those positions right now, which makes sense. So if VIX is coming down, that's very bad. And then you maybe look at VIX volatility index of the VIX itself, which is in here, and if you have eyes in your head, you'll see that this is incredibly low. It's at important lows here, which typically would have huge reactions from, but it's been here recently and has been part of a downtrend, as you can see. Drop a resistance line across the top. Now a lot of people might be tuning out now, right? They're more fool them. And here you've got a clear element of trend, which is different from what was going on beforehand, right? I could draw out that, but like I've not got all day, though I have got a significant period of time. It's just, this is top quality information, what's the point? And so you've got this, and actually it's going to break down to previous lows, and it come in around test like maybe something you haven't seen in 10 plus years, 15 years, maybe even lower than you've seen in 20 years. Maybe it goes down to lower levels than it's ever fucking been at since it started. Maybe it does, in which case you would see markets exploding. Why would markets be exploding? Markets are going to explode because I've got lines on my charts, right? I've got lines on my charts. This is what's going on in the markets. You've got this guy eating ice cream. He has a number of people who work for him. This is one of them. He's clearly works for this guy. And the way it works is in this hierarchy, is that this guy who eating ice cream, he can tell this guy, what's the glasses on, looking over at these previous all-time highs, he can tell him what to do. And he can tell him that there's this election coming up in November, he wants to win that election, and he knows that his counterpart, the person he's up against, the challenger, their strongest suit is the economy. So this guy wants to nullify his enemy's strength. And if there's no need then for somebody with the economic nuance, with the skills to run the economy, because the economy is at all-time highs and doing fantastic, then the voter concerns and the things that motivate people to vote shifts to other issues that are interesting to your society, right? And you guys, you know yourself that your fellow electorate will have concerns, and that motivates them to choose their leaders, and those leaders are fit for purpose, right? You're going to vote for the guy who's going to deliver the job you want, and if the economy is doing really well, then that's no longer a concern. It influences how people vote, right? I'm not speaking to what I'm voting, because I don't vote there. I live in Scotland, right? It's amazing, right? It's not the same country. I live in Scotland, and we don't vote in your elections. I know this is some people don't understand this concept, but we don't vote, right? So my opinion, that it doesn't matter. Not that was an opinion, it's a description of a dynamic. And so this guy is in charge of that guy, he tells him what to do, and he's getting elected in November. Before November, there's two opportunities to cut rates. The reason rates haven't been cut isn't because, fuck, we don't need to, because rates being low is good. The American government has a huge debt, and if that debt, you know, the rates on it are lower, that's better. If overall rates are lower, there's more liquidity. But the rates aren't lower, the rates are high. They're at 15-year highs here in the UK, and they most recently decided to keep them at those 15-year highs. So very high rates means that a lot of juice is pumped into the system to keep all the wheels turning. As those wheels turn, they grind up and evaporate some of that juice, and you need to keep injecting it in, like your WD-40. You come in and spray a little bit of liquidity and it solves all sorts of problems. And that's the dynamic you've got at the minute. Really high rates. The reason that rates are really high is because the economy is at danger from inflation. Inflation has a disproportionate effect on the poor. And so the combination of high rates, high inflation, and tight economic conditions makes it really difficult for along with yourselves to afford, lots of people to afford your basic necessities, driving up the cost of living. It also makes it difficult for large institutions to facilitate their normal shenanigans, and so you have a lack of liquidity across the board. As those rates come down, this has a significant impact on the stock market, because the stock market is an alternative investment to bonds. Bonds are a risk-free investment where you get a rate of return, and it's based on those rates, and that's part of the debt that the American government is subject to. So they want the rates to come down. As those rates come down, the price of those bonds, they're going to be changing in the opposite direction. Oh look, we got Roaring Kitty. He's made it onto the stream even though we can't get into Twitter from a news alert on TradingView. So where was it there? Yes, there's a liquidity problem in the markets. That's due to the very high rates, and the stock market and equities, they're an alternative to bonds, right? So if you think that you're going to a passive return, then bonds are good. If you're looking for capital appreciation, then you invest in equities. The difference between investment and trading is traders sell, investors buy. Obviously, buying in advance of that sell would be my philosophy. Other people have different ideas. And here is this idea of resistance, and you're hoping it becomes support so that price action continues on an upward sloping trajectory. This is one of those areas you'd look to. Rocky Outcrop would advise you skipping that low. Let's try it from here. You've got a number of touches that could well work out. These lines intersect each other here. Price is meeting that intersection. That's the best place for price to do it if you're looking for a positive reaction. You can see down here that you're top of the bearish control zone. If this is bullish profile and momentum, that's a bounce. And price can comes up, test those previous highs again. So there's liquidity, lack of liquidity in the system, and when rates go down, equities become a more attractive investment. Why is that? Because equities, they're companies, they generate capital return. They're part of this economic engine that drives capitalism and the world. So if they're able to turn $1 into $1.20 through capital appreciation and or passive income, then they become a more attractive investment than risk-free return like bonds, because of that capital appreciation element. Right now I'm a trader and an investor, and I can help you develop a very strong strategic approach to your trading so that you're very rich. And this is something proven by those people who most commit to that cause. So you can take my course, technicalanalysis.school, you can join the Discord, and you can upgrade to the paid side using Rocky Outcrop's Patreon. And you can become a trusted member of our team, which is going to take over large chunks of the market. Because while I'm fantastically good at what I do, we're getting increasingly good as a team at everything we do. And we've got some really strong superstars in there who were drawn to the cause, recognized my talent and dedication, and thought they'd add their own. If that sounds like something you'd want to do, you know, you're welcome to the team, right? Join up, be part of something fucking massive that's going to keep going. So you can do that, I'm sure, by now. The issue is that these equities become a more attractive investment because they're able to more readily generate economic capital in an environment where money is cheaper, where rates are lower. They also are a more attractive investment opportunity because they'll have earnings, and those earnings have to be very high to generate a growth narrative for the business and return the earnings per share that makes them a competitive investment opportunity. And that earnings per share, it's not just relative to other companies in the sector or analyst expectations or historical results of the same. It's also relative to the investment opportunity of putting your money in bonds. And so when that earnings goes up relative to those rates, which can be those rates going down, then that equity becomes a greater position to be in with regards to capital appreciation. So boom, boom, markets explode because there's liquidity in the bonds there to facilitate the system operating as it is at the minute. When the dynamic changes, the system no longer needs to work as it was working because there'll be a price direction which isn't counter to the American debt position. And so for that to be the case, you need rates to come down. The reason that rates aren't down is because it would increase inflation. So you need to have de-inflationary pressures on those important costs basis to the government itself and to you as the consumer, the largest consumer society in the world, America. So you need your rates to come down so that the companies can more effectively generate capital. The reason you can't do that right now is because reducing rates increases inflation, but inflation has died. It died 6 months ago. We talked about it here on the channel. You've got the CPI report coming up on Wednesday. You've got favourable labour statistics just come off the dock. They're being pressed into service. When the CPI flips Wednesday, you're going to get a strong reaction from the markets as they anticipate sentiment changing for regards to rates. Rates are going to change. They're going to get cut likely twice before the election. That's going to drive up the value of these equities. You're going to get massive moves in the market. And that's all happened when those screaming for a bull run went quiet. And all you could hear was Tradespotting in the corner saying, "Fucking hell, things are going to fucking explode." And a minute ago my voice was dulled by the screams of 1,000 voices. Now you can hear it clearly. You can see the action, the mechanism, and your purpose in it all. All hail the Tradespotter. Nobody does it better. Okay. Delete yourself. 25 bucks. Thanks for the TA, Jamie. You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. And that's the narrative, right? People will tell you that technical analysis doesn't work. They'll focus on the fundamentals. They won't know which to focus on. They'll get them wrong. They won't know the dynamic and they won't be able to articulate it, never mind conceptualize what I just delivered to you. With a bull and a big bro hug and a high five. Hey. You're welcome, Marcus. Another DFV tweet. It doesn't stop. How you doing, Shane? Yay. All the moves ahead of the news, proven to be true. Thanks, Lisa. All the moves ahead of the news. It's true. And there is no help in rushing to be rich and plenty of wealth and waiting to be right. So congratulations for everybody who managed to get their entries down. I know a number of people who bought GameStop. Right, this is the thing right now. A lot of people don't know because they themselves have been brought into GameStop around about the same time as the influencer that they follow, and they then, those influencers, I'm not sure what the dynamic is right now. I don't want to, nor do I want to cast my history in some shroud of victimhood. Like, we on this channel, as a very small section of the community, really punch above our weight. Really, I mean, unlike any other group. Now, I don't care to compete with them. It doesn't matter. We're distinctly different. You can tell that if you watch this show. We really punch above our weight. We make a big difference. And waiting has been a big part of what a lot of people have had to do. But it's involved interjection, you know, involving themselves in managing their position, taking advantage of the charts and the moves as and when they happened. And a lot of people who invested in GameStop did it post January 2021. Now, I bought GameStop in November 2020, so a long time before much of the community heard about it, or certainly before a lot of these channels and online communities sprung up. And not a critique of them. I'm saying that this isn't common knowledge. And so, they don't know what we do here, right? And when they see me and they hear me as a technical analyst, they think that doesn't work, right? One, they then see me go on to define the risk, and they think that what I'm actually doing is speaking negatively about their favorite stock, which just couldn't be further from the truth. I'm identifying the danger and explaining how to make the most of these opportunities. Because that's what danger is. It's a bit of an opportunity. It's just obviously a risk, but you know how to quantify that, then all that's left is the opportunity. So that's what we've done here. We've managed to get people who've bought at the absolute peaks in GameStop to entries back down, you know, like, and the goal was to make sure everybody was able to get their entry down to 35 if possible, right? Or as close as possible to those levels, so that they were in control of their own destiny and they didn't have to live through the tragedy and pain of being underwater for forever, right? And now you guys are reaping the reward. You know, this is the community where it isn't like, oh well, the portion of my shares I bought 2 weeks ago, You know, that's true, of course, for some of us, but those people who've most dedicated to me and don't betray me by watching those people who attack me and by extension attack your fellow traders. You know, there's people in this chat box who support this show and who support you with advice and information, and they are attacked by people like Jackie Letitz and Mattress Rants, who out of no goodness have decided to focus negative attention on me, steal from me, try and hurt me, and take from you. Now, like I say, we're not casting this in any shroud of victimhood. We defeated these losers countless times and will countless times again, and that seems to be the oscillations in YouTube. It happens, and it'll keep happening. But we distinguish ourselves by winning everything we do. We win over and over and over, and now, in large part, we've won in ways they never will, in that you guys are now driving from a position of in the green, knowing what you're doing with your entry behind you and price and you in profit. That's what this community has managed to achieve on a grander scale. That's quite a magnificent achievement, right? And we did it together. So if you're one of those people who associate with those who try and attack me and by extension attack your fellow traders, and those people who put so much good effort and good feeling into each other and try to help each other, lift each other up and try to make a difference, if you associate with those people, and they include Dave, who used to be on Rocky Outcrop's Discord, guy's a total knob, and if you associate with him, you should sort that out, because that's something that's a strong issue for me, that you would betray me that way. Personally, I think that's like, you should sort that out. You know, but I'm willing to look past like little mistakes because he himself is so pathetic. I feel bad for him. Mattress Rants, I got him his channel monetized because he would hang around in my live shows, and I felt bad for the guy. I felt bad for him. So out of pity, I said it there quite explicitly at the time. You know, we can do that. And since then, he's thanked me in the DMs, then turned into a toxic loser because he couldn't get any. You know, I didn't give him any more. And that wasn't because I decided not to, it was because you guys chose not to. And so then he collected those Gme elitists, you know, the most politically minded GameStop enthusiasts who want the government to intervene on behalf of their stock and no others. And, you know, that's a strong tenet of fascism. Like, they want the government to control the method and mean of production. Not having an argument about libertarians and left-wing people and how it's commonly accepted in America. No, I'm saying that GME elitists are technically and definitively fascists because they want the government to intervene on their behalf and no other, and for the government to be the ones who control the method and means of production. It's not a question of free markets. That's not what they pursue, because they themselves believe that privilege and right shouldn't belong to AMC or AMC shareholders or, you know, any of the other stocks that are moving. For example, you could talk the same way about costs. Now, the irony that you know, Ryan Cohen, the CEO of GameStop, owns loads of other companies, has big shares in things like Alibaba, earnings coming out Wednesday, largest AI leader in China now. You've heard of China, it's a big market. They didn't spin off that cloud business, and it's going crazy. It's the cheapest tech stock in the world if you judge it relative to its peers on earnings per share. Now, there's lots of tips here. This is a very good show, top high quality. If you haven't tuned in a while, you're probably missing out on a lot. So, in this community, people have managed to really put their own destiny take their own destiny in their hands, right? So, they're good people that help others and achieve success and are winners, and did it in the right way with a lot of style. So if you're there supporting any of those people who attack them and bring them down, then know that they're on my team, right? Now, you might be too, but they're on my team, right? Now, I'm quite a formidable person, and when it comes to it, I'll turn around and face you. And on that moment, it would be a tragedy where you weren't able to get that bro hug and high five off me, and we weren't able to celebrate our success, and instead that I was expressing disappointment that when it was critical that you supported your teammates, then when it was the culture of this movement was recognized for what it truly was, that you didn't stand with me, that instead you were a vector for someone else to exploit and attack us. That would be a tragedy, and I'll have to destroy you. So come across to the join in for real now. Okay, the truth is out there, and they're in the chat box with you. The good people beside you. That's who they are. We're all brought together by Rocky Outcrop, so anyone who has a problem with him, they've got a problem with you, they've got a problem with me. And, you know, we're not as dramatic as a lot of the other areas that you can find people in this movement, but don't mistake us for our seriousness. This is important level to break now, because then you'd be looking at this as a tightening formation. It's clearly a bit of a triangle. It's also a wedge, but it's moving to the top side. You've got a horizontal level, you would defeat the bearishness of it and put it into quite a strong potential breakout, where you would measure the move here, take it across 786, close that gap. It could well be that this is what you're looking at then, and despite all the halts, GameStop's managing to hold these levels, and that's why it looks to be, many people will be looking at this, and the question that Jen relayed from Schwartzy Boy is it a bull flag or is it a breakout? Bull flags obviously being one component, one leg of, or themselves in their entirety a breakout, means that the question itself is a little bit ambiguous. But the articulation aside, what he means is this here the flag part of a bull flag and the measured move from it going to happen, or then constituting a real breakout, or has price already broken out? So the question being like the decision, the determination, the aspect of continuation in price, is that already decided? And it was this move here would be the bull flag being successful, and the target would be the 2618 up at around 65 spot 85, right? Now, at that point, I'd suggest that it's very wise to look to manage your position in a way that suits you. You've earned the right. Nobody can tell you what to do. You fight for your mind as you would your body, right? It doesn't matter, right? You might want 65 grand, you might want 60 million per share. That's not really the point. The point is, at that area, you might want to look to manage your position. You've managed to make it here, and you're in control of how you handle your investments and trades. So that's in an area to look to. Also, that's true about these areas, and that will always be true to respect the technical analysis and make the most of these opportunities for you and for each other, because by no means is the story over. So the question is this the breakout, or has the breakout already started, in which case that target and others proximate to it are relevant, and the stock market and this idiosyncratic risk and the recalibration that needs to happen to accommodate a proper flattening of the discrepancies in GameStop, is that now possible? Possibly possible, probably not though. We've got lots of oscillations ahead of those moves, and we are aware of this huge gap below, so there's an awful lot of yet to be decided, yet to be determined. GameStop on one level could easily come back to here, right? It could easily come back here, and the narrative for that is well articulated in recent videos I've done, and I don't want to dwell on it other than to say, you're in control, and you should remember this: you are in control. So hit that like button. Another manifestation of that would be, thank you very much if you do that sort of thing on the regular. So you're looking at this, and the question is it a breakout or is it a bull flag? And really, there's both leaning towards the bullish side means that the question could be reframed or more effective if you were to say, like, are we looking at a reversal against this topward side trend, or are we looking at continuation of this trend? And continuation, well, you'd look for a bull flag, which is a continuation pattern, and that would facilitate price moving on in the same direction as the trend, get higher highs and higher lows. Those higher lows, the lows could come in at around, well, anywhere within this formation to make it a flag back above the 236 from the move, making it a high and tight bull flag. We talked about what that was 2 videos ago, check it out. Or it's itself a breakout, in which point you're looking at in the daily time frame, you've got this downward sloping parallel channel. These are the top most significant resistance, 1, 2, 3 touches. It's broken out of that. That's definitely true. It's come out and it's tested the fake out zone, then target 1, and then target 2. The only place it hasn't got to is target 3 at $45. That's the 1618. Should it exceed it, then going up to target 4, and the next high is 2618, 65, measure move of the bull flag, you've got your continuation, you've got your breakout, and you're probably at that stage very, very wealthy. Congratulations, right? Congratulations. So they don't need to distinguish between those artifacts in order to get an interesting answer. The other question might be, are we looking at a reversal in price? And again, I'd invite you to the Discord, and rather than dampening the enthusiasm of the spectacle and enjoying what we're all watching with that pragmatic take on price, join me on the Discord and we'll discuss it together in a way that's a safe space, that you're able to make your own mind up about things. You know my opinion, but will help you inform your own with facts and your own goals. So I invite you to join me there, where I'll do my best to help you on that side of things. And so if you're looking for what constitutes a reversal, what would be scary, what would be difficult, how would we handle that, then I'll try my best to help you. Of course I will. So that's the 15-second time frame back on price action here. You've got center line on RSI potentially holding. That would likely lead to another oscillation. This diagonal, you could make it more accurate if you wanted. Pretty good as it is, but people sometimes, you know, those people who learn who I was speaking to earlier about the, you know, the value in a hello. Though it is the worst, most useless word typically, you know, you really want to get straight to the conversation and be pragmatic, and I think that's something that women are better at than men, really. You know, sometimes the worst thing you can say to a chick is hello, right? Because then you're immediately identifying yourself as a feckless idiot that doesn't do anything, and they kind of want to hear, like, you know, you don't need dating advice. I've just told you how to get in a conversation. We'll save that for next week, right? So here, yeah, this the trend line needs to hold that. This is the high or low, holding the center line. Then it would be in the bullish control zone. You'd be testing back up around 31 and change. 17:45 in my time means that there's a significant period left in the markets today. That means that there's time left for halts and everything else to go with it. Sheesh. Hey, Tradespotting, stop filling my brain up. I need to remember that, I need to remember all sorts of things, so I'll leave some room in there in your brain, and you can come back and watch this show over and over and pick up an awful lot of tips. Or you can watch the next one, pick up some more tips. In fact, you better come back and watch it often. And you, right, did we have that conversation about winning? Right? Yeah, I think we did. Some people say there's not enough hours in the day. It's like, there is. Like, it's not about how many hours there are, it's about how many wins you get in each one. Right? It's not enough wins in the hour, maybe. Not enough hours in the day. Jeez, it's 24, right? Every day. It's amazing. You get a lot done in that time, especially if you get up early. So yeah, this is it. Higher low oscillations, holding the center line. Now you need to break into the bullish control zone, 15-second time frame. Like, you know, who does that? Tradespotting does. Make a lot of money if you can read the 15-second time frame like this. I could be making a lot of money right now, obviously. So the idea, you know, that truth also, that truth that you're aware of watching this and what it means about my capabilities puts a lie to much of the narrative in things like GME meltdown. It puts a lie to that entire narrative, that you could see this, that I can do this, that it obviously is incredibly lucrative if you have eyes in your head, you know. And it puts a lie to that entire community. Whereas other influencers aren't able to have that same achievement. You know, people like Roaring Kitty, he is able to. Right? People like me, I am able to. People like Rocky Outcrop, he does do that. You know, some people can really do this. You can be one of those people. Join me as being one of those frickin' people. What are you doing, Tradespotting? Go make a lot of money. Okay, babes. I haven't had a chance to look, but how many halts have we had today? 3. Somebody said 9 earlier. 3. What's the record for the number of halts in a day? And can we beat it? I wish I could accumulate more, but I couldn't, even when I was at $10 and just hodling. John Jim? No regrets, John Jim. No regrets. Don't worry. Don't ruminate. Strike hard. Tradespotting. I thought Schwartz was asking if the big downward channel on GME on the monthly interval is a bull flag. Did you? Fucking, what is this, charity week? Hey, Zub's 9 times so far. Like, Chibs, Everybody is trying to turn your question into their question. Everyone, tubes, everyone, good people in the chat box have taken your question and they've made it their own. Right? You've not even. Do you even have a question anymore? You're looking around you. You're like, I don't even know. I don't even know. Do I even have a question? Right, and then where are we? Regular regrets for getting distracted when I went to buy at 10. Jabba 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 jibba jabba. Someone link the Discord. Yeah, can you? Can you guys pin? Lisa, could you pin can you pin things to the top of the? Can I do that? I can. How do I do that again? Discord.gg Rocky Outcrop. Pin message. There, it's at the top of the chat box for you. It's at the top of the chat box for you, our fella. Here, our fella. Top of the chat box. So, how's the option chain for this week going to play out? Yeah, there's the $50 billion question. How's it going, Lil Hard? You get these, you get the questions from like this of that ilk, and it's like you'll have seen that show Aladdin, you know, or read the book, or at least you'll be aware of it exists. And there's a guy in it called Jafar, and he sends Aladdin in Ali's cave to get the lamp, right? And as he's trying to get out, he needs help, and he says to Jafar, "Help me out." And Jafar says, "Give me the lamp, right? Give me the lamp. Hand me that lamp, and then I'll let you out, right?" And there's always a danger that that's what's happening in this dynamic. That I'm Aladdin, that you've sent into that little cave to get this lamp for you. And now here we are at the stage where we're all trying to get out of that cave, and one of us can accidentally, and they turn into Jafar, and they're like, "Yo, give me the lamp." You know, other people would say, "No, that's ostensibly your purpose here, Tradespotting, is to provide us with the financial advice." And I'd say, "No, that's not what it is. I'm trying to teach you how to achieve something." And that's why we're distinctly different. It's also why I do know where price is going, why you should do what I say, right? You shouldn't try and do what I do. You should try and get where I am, right? By following the path that I give you. That's the logic there. I know you want to get to the end right away. Immediately you want to, you know, get to the end. And I understand and empathize, but if that was the way, it would be called the way, right? It isn't the way. What I just gave you is the way. What you're talking about, there's a shortcut, and those don't work. Otherwise, they would be the way, right? They're not like they're the shortcut, because the people that go that way, they never come back, right? And the people who tell you they took the shortcut, they're lying. You know, this is the internet. They're lying. So you have to go the actual way. I'm sorry, Sean. Yo, how's it going? I'm Jasmine with a pet tiger. Jasmine, it's that time of year where I am. Jasmine in there. Delete yourself. Thank you very much. Lil Becker Matthews, super chat, $25. Thank you so very much. Legend. Didn't see it at the time. I should go back and look for it. But why does it not show up at the top? 32 months. Flasher. 32 months Flasher. Capo. Yes, but you're a capo. You're a capo Flasher. Fucking, what about that, eh? What about that, you know? Some people are distinguished in how kind and funny they are, other people in how generous and how supportive they are, other people in how loyal they are, others in how good they are at trading. And Flasher, you're off the charts on all of those measures. Off the charts, amazing to me, thank you. Jme is the shortcut. Stop it, Sauce! So irresponsible. So hard to watch and listen and still try to work. It is, Kimmy, yo. It is work, eh? The Cheese Sandwich Factory. I used to know what that was like. Back in the day. Back in the day. I used to go to the Cheese Sandwich Factory. Yeah. There's a truth there. A recent truth there that one day we'll cover. One day. But so far, until then, go forth. And prove me right. Bulldog is a legend. You're telling me, total legend. Can't dip in our fridge. I got company coming over, but I did just get a screenshot of the ultimate profit on Bitcoin. 69%, not bad, Flasher. Not bad. Can't argue with the 59 to 69%, yo. So we're going with here. Baba's at 84.68. Yo, somebody text Wiki Wilkes. Congratulations, Wiki. A new member of the clan is joining today. Wiki Wilkes and his partner, congratulations on some great news. Here's Baba. You don't need it on the 15-second time frame. You want it on the 30 minutes to say, look, Tradespotting's trade. There you go. I told you, folks. Told you, you got your C point, right? That was right on the fucking thing. There it is. You had the C point, you had your harmonic, you had everything you could possibly need, and you had a Tradespotting trade. There's a guy called, you know, the guy with the dry bath mat. I don't want to say his actual name over and over, but you know that guy. He tried to pretend that, you know, again, it's like, the delusion is strong in that one. 28.66% from there. Not bad, right? That risk reward on that guy was 16. Nearly 17 to 1. Not bad. 4 hour, you know. This thing could go on and test. Look at these targets. 1, 2, 3. You know. Boom. New member of the clan. Really good to see you, WikiWilks. Thanks for being such a big part of the team. Big things happening. Big things coming soon. Right. I'll let those big things reveal themselves in all their glory, with zero constraint. And oh my god, you're gonna want to be part of us. There is no getting in late. You want to be part of the team now. I am frothing and still here. Come yo. Frothing at the cheese sandwich factory. Frothing for the man. Follow me. Let's go. Follow me. Signal's bad. I'll catch up later and watch. Sean. That's what it's like out there in America, where you'd think like, well, it's America, they're going to have amazing internet. Turns out not really all the time, right? Your providers are a joke. The monopolies in certain areas are absurd. There is no choice. If there is, it's crap. They're all using the same towers and the same masts, and none of them are better than each other. And they're all, it's like subsidized by a monopoly, right? It might not be by the government directly, but it is by the monopoly that they're provided. It says subsidies. You're the subsidies. You're providing them. You're providing subsidies to your shitty ISPs out there in America, where really you should own the internet, but you don't. It's better here in this little the old town of Edinburgh. It's better. It's way better here than it is in America. I don't know why that is, but that's the truth. Who's becoming a philanthropist after GameStopy? I'm going to run, with this team, I'm going to run the largest, most successful group of investors and traders in the world. We're going to be bigger than those companies that you look up to now and think unfathomably large. We're going to be and we already are the new kids on the block. Look what we do all the time. I mean, I don't even want to be on this chart. Why am I on it? This is like, I've got loads of things going on all the time. Don't need that. You know, do you need that, yo? Like all this green. Holy shit. Can you even see that green? Probably can. Right, I want to go to Gme because this is what's on the thumbnail. And I want to go into the 15-second time frame. Boom, boom, boom. Here you're crawling up there, crawling up, and if it doesn't make it, then you've got lots of other formations on the go, because you've also, you know, like along with the downward slope and diagonal, you can extend these lines, and you know, they're all equally valid. This I don't need here because it's not part of the formation we're using. That guy, you know, we can drop him here. That's not important to keep that guy there. This horizontal we've already used it as support, but should the price action break out of this diagonal, like that's where you'd be looking to go again. So I'll take him back for, he illustrated a good point at the time, and then drop a ray on here and make that indicative of the fact that it's less of the thing that we initially drew here to the left. But it's still relevant for what we're doing. This guy, you don't really need him, nor do you need this guy. Though these perfectly illustrate the point we're making. That was what we used him for. Everything in there is okay. Got the double test of this area. We can move that over now to the same place it was. This is a previous thing that explains why it got here in the first place, so we really don't need that anymore. And that's what you're looking at. Here's your framework and scaffolding on price action, so that you can see what is likely to happen should it move to the top side. You've got that break of the diagonal here. You've also got this test into the bearish control zone of momentum. Make things slightly clearer and bigger for you. We don't have the totality of it on the screen at once, but you have those important artifacts and you've got the momentum. So you want this to pull out the bearish control zone, you want price action to get back the top side of this diagonal, which also be defeating that horizontal ray. It's where price action left the formation. It's also an important horizontal level of potential resistance, having previously been an area of support within that formation. You've broken down, you've gone through the full measured move of the wedge on that leg of the trend, and then the question becomes for a lot of people, is this a head and shoulders? But it's not quite perfectly placed to be one, but should it come up and find resistance at that area, anywhere around that horizontal or this diagonal, then the question would be, is that a head and shoulders? And if it is head and shoulders, the measured move of it takes you back down to previous levels of support within this formation. You might be looking at it from this neckline to that guy, dropping it on, take it from the breakdown of that neckline, probably in and around this horizontal ray where we find it, and then you come in, test these previous lows, which is where we find this previous text. So that's the framework for price action. Should it move to the top side, then the next test comes in above 31. Should it break down, you've got your head and shoulders. That's how it would evolve. And let's see what happens, price action. Take it away, Sam. Hey, stop that. Price action. Didn't say take the price action away. I said take it away, price action. So yes, here it is, loud and proud price action. Leave it there for you. Are you happy with that? What have I missed out on delivering that value? Emilio, I missed him. Hi. Oh, that was hilarious back then, B&J. Good one. Hey Jimmy, I've been silently still here all along. Interesting day. Yo, Corpus Colossum. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Wolfie. The Swifts are in turmoil right now. Would rather want a live feed from UBS Trading Desk than Citadel's. Hey. Vis-a-vis Schwab deposit holes and transferring in from my savings. Oh my god. It just never stops. I'm loving how Barron's said Roaring Kitty did this. I should send them a link to Jamie's show last week. Thanks, Flasher. Thanks, Flasher. I think you guys, you know, the community here does a lot of work. You deserve a lot of credit. Jimmy, do you reckon all these DS shares will have a significant impact on price action considering short interest is over 25%? So the directly registered shares there, I think you're meaning, will they have an impact on price action? Well, directly impacting price action, no, because they're DRS, they're taken from the system and they're in a locked up deposit box. Well, I mean, shares are fungible and their placeholders are used in many and mysterious ways. But those shares on the DRS register, you know, they speak to, again, this lack of liquidity in the stock generally, and that's been like a big part of the GameStop narrative. And so the more that's DRS, the more that there'll be less available to trade, so less that's sitting on the book waiting for those market orders. So those market orders themselves have a greater impact. They reach further into the book, which shows the price is going up more. They have a greater impact for every dollar spent, and so less capital deployed has a greater volatility, and which means that the implied volatility then, as is measured with Black-Scholes on options, is really, really high right now, and that leads to like a cooling off of certain narratives. You need other ones to keep boosting it if that volatility keeps rising exponentially. Then you'd be able to say that the DRS shares are having a strong impact. And a lot of people argue about DRS, you know, they argue, right? I don't have any dog in that fight. And nor is it about like the size of the dog in the fight, you know yourself, it's about the size of the fight in the dog. That's what this is. This is what this community started off as. That's what this movement is. Now Roaring Kitty, he is definitely a cat fan. He's definitely a cat kind of guy. There's no doubt about it. It's right up there in lights. You know, it's right up there in lights. And I can hardly argue with that, having one of my best friends, Coco Mademoiselle. She's a full legend around these parts. Hard to argue with it. But GameStop, you know, it's a little bit like the size of the fight in a dog rather than the size of the dog, especially when we took out when we took out those naughty people. Excuse me, I don't know what that was. So you got this, it's a little bit dodgy here, downward sloping. That head and shoulder. If it does break to the top side, then you've got the narrative that could defeat that quite clear, is that there's this horizontal. Should it break there, you might also be saying, well, the measured move's clear, it's had 3 touches on the bottom, that itself is a wedge. If it's the apex of that extends beyond to support here, you might not be looking at the full move. If it does, breaking back out of this takes you up to test here. Still the potential for, like, you know, a head and shoulders to come in at this level of resistance, right? Makes perfect sense. Having put in this W here, tested lower, bullishly divergent on this leg of the move, obviously it could break to those levels, right? And at that point you get the test. $30. I'm not saying this breakdown happens, I'm just trying to illustrate the potential for price action. There's that measured move from this formation, which might not break at this point, because like I say, it's nowhere near the apex. The apex itself would be 75% into that. And what if that being true, then people will be saying, well, Sputter, what's the grander formation? And you have to go back up above the 15-second time frame to start drawing all the things that make sense. They're the only things that make sense to this point. Anything else would be reaching too much. You got that divergence. There it is. So time is now 6:10. BMJ Shadow, $5. Emilio! Yo, BMJ. Thank you very much. Give me your 33 months. Delete yourself. How you doing? Delete yourself. They'll big amount. You're gonna have to. At one of these times, sooner or later, you're gonna update that name. You're gonna update that moniker. I know it. One of these days, delete that moniker and improve that. Improve that. L. Baker Matthews, thank you. JS, thank you. Visa V, Lisa, thank you so much. Jabber Jabberwock, Qatar outside. Chris Madrigal, Elegies, Kitties Never Die. Juro, 34 months. Good to see you, buddy. Chardonnay Flasher, Katie, Ronaldo Moreno, Jake, Aaron Ewan, Texan, Tennessee Texan, BMJ Shadow, Space Cadet, XD, Shadow Lepton, Ghosted Dan Ernest, Nick, Sarah Rera, Alex, Dashi C, good to see you. Nice and mighty. Right, Nick G, Kitties Never Die, Stevie, Madrigal, Schwartz, Smug Slug, good to see ya. Merrick, yo Merrick. Merrick, man. Eh? Legend. God damn it, Merrick, total legend. I can't wait to get you full frickin' speed running along beside me. Paul B, Eric Sorensen, what frickin' absolute legends supporting the show today, or generally by being a member. You can be a member. There's like a button, I think, that you get it just beside the subscribe button. You can become a member of the channel and help support me. Really appreciate it if you want to do that. You can also click on a link in the description and it'll take you right there. It's appreciated anyone who does that. Don't forget to like. Boom, boom. Right, so where else are we in the chat? What else have I missed? Patrick. I'm going to look after myself and my family. Donate leftovers after generational wealth to local charities. Big Financial. Yo, Rich. He knows what's up. Conspiracy Franco. It's a I'm sweating profusely for no reason. Happens to the best of us. A Share Adventures from Amazon Driving. She does. They're hilarious. They're tragic and hilarious. In one, it's like a good old Shakespearean play. A comedy, it's a tragedy. It's a comedy, it's a tragedy. Nope, it's a tragedy. Signal's bad. That was Sean J. I've covered that, so we're back to the start. Crazy how morale has been boosted since DFE tweeted it's like the second coming. Bonnie Wall. Yeah, I mean, people, even in my own community, people are amazing at finding little clips and memes and stuff of Roaring Kitty. Like, amazing at finding them. Amazing. They're so very good at finding them. I know that they have the skills for finding and making these things. And they're so good at finding them of Roaring Kitty, you know. They're really, really good at it. I just raised my entry price to $17.50 for the next 30 days. Time to hop on the rocket. Whoop whoop. By the way, when does the PPTP live feed start? I think it's 7 PM Central Time, which is 1 AM UK time, but there's like a little bit of a delay. He's on for a few hours and I try to get my dad down in the evening, minute. So we'll see how that goes at the minute. Diane B, $10, thank you. Thank you, Diane B, very much. You're welcome. You're really, really, really welcome. Thanks. Shout out Diane B there. I hope to add to my position with you down at 1750 sauce food cart. You see, they've got no escape. Hey, they can't do anything because everyone's like, yeah, you know, like this is the narrative they would have hoped would be that, you know, like I'm not like here selling GameStop shares, obviously. Oh look, it went to my target again. Yeah, like I'm not here selling GameStop shares. Here's this breaking down. Can draw it like this if you wanted. Don't need. Why is it all the way back there anyway? You're probably at closer to that apex there. There's your break. Here's a full measured move. This needs to get back above that support level. Would be significant. Not happening yet, but this is the ultimate 27.37. This leg of the trend, and if this isn't like, which at the minute it's going sideways. If this isn't like the be-all breakout that Schwartz was asking about, then you've got the huge gap to target for, and people looking at 1750 in a gap close, right? That's possible. I can tell you that. No, I'm not going to compromise. I haven't done it in 4 years. I'm not going to do it now, right? So, you know, I'm fine. I'm all cool about everything. It's all good with me, and you know. So what we say here? Yeah. So price action at this stage is going sideways still, and if it does come down, that's perfectly reasonable to look at 1750. Other people will be saying like, well, $10 was good. I want to get it there again. That's the thing. So the point I'm making isn't that where price is going. I'm speaking to that idea that the shorts really relied on, right? Because there was always a chance, even in their mind, that I mean more so in their mind than anyone else. They were more conviction, right? Those people who were bearish on GameStop, this years and years of downward price action has strengthened their conviction. Not to the point that where it got to $10, they decided to buy it and it's shorts closing their positions that have pushed price action up. That's not what happened, you know? That's not what happened. They got more and more convinced they were right, to the point that they then didn't capitalize. And here it is, price action back up at 35.28. And the retail crowd who were short in GameStop were still short. They're still short. They've probably been, a lot of them wiped out in these moves. And they keep doing that sort of thing. It's absurd. It's super high risk. But that's the problem with cognitive dissonance. Like, there's no speaking in them. And they would accuse you of a lack of self-awareness. And it's like, well, not really. You're just managing risk, looking at things from a pragmatic perspective, proved by the fact that many of you have made lots of money. And then you're looking at like re-entries. You know, you're looking at re-entries. Like, guys, the job's not done. I mean, yeah, sure, you did really well, but the job's not done. You know, job's not done. People say like, there's this. You've seen it go around right now. You'll know how. You maybe read it in a Tradespotting tone of voice when you see these posts that say GameStop is up X amount on no news, and it's like, on no news. It is the news. It's news. It's the news. Is GameStop's up like $10 to $38 or something. Like that is the news. What do you mean it's up on no news? GameStop's up is the news. That's the sentence, right? GameStop's up, and it's not even is the news. It's the that's the news gone, and it's on. And it should be on the news. GameStop is doing it again. Should be on the news. Should be, and it is in that comment like Roaring Kitty pushed the price up, whatever in that story is we're referencing. You know, that is the news. What do you mean? Like, and that's why I say all the moves ahead of the news, because the news is there to describe events, right? It's there to tell you about them afterwards. It's not like you get the news and then price goes up, right? It's like, you don't turn on the news and say, oh my God, there's going to be a huge eruption tomorrow, and there's going to be a lahar, and this mud flow will destroy 50,000 homes, and 280 people are going to die tomorrow. That doesn't happen on the news, right? But people describe stocks as if like there's going to be a news article about what's coming tomorrow. That's not the way the news works. It's so stupid. And so the sentence that GameStop's up on no news, it's like can you talk? What's going on like behind there? Those words, like what's up here that leads to that sentence? Like, really, what's going on? Like, GameStop up on no news. That is the fucking news, and what did you think? That there was some, like, that's not the way news works, right? If it did, I'd be the world's most famous news presenter. You know, welcome to the news with Tradespotting. But I didn't call it. I called market surveillance. And anywho, right, you know, I just sit my throne to sit at the top of the hill. You know, command all my men and horses to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. So price action here tested these horizontals, still in it around that horizontal ray. There's the ultimate breakdown. Here you've got the various ways of drawing this guy out. Resistance, horizontal measured move from grander formations. Why is that there anyway? Oh right, from this guy. Yeah, well yeah, that's right. And then here, I drew it only a minute ago, but how bad's your memory? 15-second time frame, that's the way it goes. So back over to the chat box, what time is it now? 6:15. My biscuit has been buttered. A thoroughly buttered biscuit. Buddy, my biscuit has been buttered, buffered and butterford again. There's a chat, that's this side. Okay, right, so here should be
Lucid chart.
This is Gbids. This, well, you can't argue with that. He definitely likes the buttery biscuit base. Wouldn't you agree? I think you would.
If you've got more than enough money coming in each month.
Yeah. Yeah. Chaz.
This is Sir Alan Sugar. This is Sir Alan Sugar. Sir Alan Sugar. Recently sold computer giant Amstrad from the back of a van. These days, Sir Alan's worth more than £8.
£8? Shut it. Don't ever underestimate me. I've got a B in GCSE French.
Wow.
I know the words to Candle in the Wind. I won an egg and spoon race.
My God, right, so you guys have got Trump, we've got Alan Sugar. I don't know if you're aware of this chat, but he is something else. Really, he can do things nobody else can. And really, he's our equivalent of your Trump. That's how he's branded himself and tried to be that guy for a long time. He looks for exceptional entrepreneurs, and he has a TV show to find them because, well, they're really hard to identify, right? How would you know what one was, right? I wouldn't. I'd have no idea. I mean, they all look like ducks to me. So, what is it? What is an entrepreneur? Fuck knows. It's made up of like 5 different words. Entrepreneur, or something. And, you know, so we all leave it to the expert to find them. His name's Alan. You're introduced to him there. Mr. Allen. Let's get you, Mr. Allen, up so that you can learn what the UK equivalent of Trump is. Here, as you watch GameStop go through the motions, say go through the motions as if it's not really trying, but no, it's trying. So this is it. This is a buttery biscuit base. This is the man. The sugar. Ah, sugar. It's him. People in the UK, obviously, they see him everywhere. I mean, it's quite a small country, right? There's a saying in the UK that you're never ever more than 7 meters away from Alan Sugar, which is a true story. So everyone in the UK is like fed up seeing him. I'll definitely get him up for you here, just as soon as I find out where the hell he is. Where are you, Alan? I want to show everyone what you look like, Alan. I'm not finding you, Alan. I'm not finding you. There must be another way of making this happen, Alan. Buttery biscuit base. Buttery biscuit base. Base. So it's in it around, what now? You managed to hold that back about. See, hey, Tradespotting's lines. They're magic. They're real magic, so they are. You're still able to see that despite this guy being in your way. Look, it'll be up there, but that'll be in your way again as well, sort eventually. So we can't control your fate, but we can break it down for you. That's the pop-out chart there. That makes sense. That's the chat box. That's you guys. Yeah, boy. What happened? Take anything on gravy any day over biscuits. Over biscuits? You mean like you see over biscuits? Anything with gravy over day? You're talking like savory over sweet. So you're like, ugh, no thanks, Alan Sugar. Whereas in America, right? Or maybe you're not. Maybe you're speaking to their vernacular. In America, biscuits aren't biscuits. They're scones. Biscuits are cookies. Scones are biscuits. And I say chocolate on your biscuit, and they're like, why would you have chocolate on a scone? Jamie, you said you were going to live. Did you mean you're... No, I meant my show, Mr. Sir Dad, sir. My show. Still live, Dad, sir. I'm still live, Dad. Yes, me, and maybe he just wants to watch the show, but I don't know, because, you know, you never ask for help, so you never know. So we'll see how he responds. You might see him in chat box, say him hello if you do. Right, so this is, I wanted to show you Alan Sugar, and that's not Alan Sugar, that's my video on YouTube about why we trade and how to handle MOAS. It's a very good video too. That's not what you're looking for. That's not what I'm looking for either. I'm really confused. What could it possibly be if it isn't any of those? And it isn't this one. And it says it's there, but it clearly isn't there because that doesn't exist. Where is Alan Sugar at? That's all I wanted. All I ever wanted was Alan Sugar. Somebody tell him. Get him on the show. Hey? Get him on the show. Buttery in America, biscuits are biscuits and cookies are cookies. See, Americans obviously think this, but it's like it's hard to explain it to you how wrong you are. You know, cookies are like things that you would get, say, chocolate chips in. That could be cookies, right? Not all biscuits are cookies. Of course, all cookies are biscuits. No scones are biscuits. None of them. None of them, right? There's a place in Scotland called Scone, so we know, right, what a scone is. Is there a place in America called biscuit or cookies? If so, maybe we're into something. If not, no. He blocked you. Alan Sugar blocked you, Lisa. Oh, what? How unusual. Mr. Sugar, sir, I would kindly request you unblock Lisa. It's going to be important that you get someone on your team to do that pronto. So, where is the sugar guy? I really want to find it out, but I can't find it, so I'm going to have to just come up with some new amazing way of finding sugar. Going this way, going over here. I'm a genius, so I should be able to figure out somehow. Click that, it's not there. That's not it, should have been it, but it isn't, so try this. Buttery biscuit base.
This old
dog. If you haven't seen any of Cassette Boy's stuff, check him out. He's pretty good at what he does. Pretty good, so he is. The Streamlabs is broken. It may be the Streamlabs broken. It is stupid sometimes and does break. So I'm gonna go with it's broken and it's stupid. Managed to at least delete that. That'll do. What's price action doing? Still doing that same thing we talked about. Who talked about? Guys. Lads. Alan Sugar blocks Lisa. If that's what happened, that's hilarious. It really is quite hilarious. So this is him. This is your boy. Mr. Cassette. That's actually Alan Sugar, not Mr. Cassette. So you don't need to be over price action, you just need to be in and around price action, Sir Cassette Boy. And you guys are that. But I can't see anything. That's okay, it's okay, I'm moving it now. So you don't need to see them like Technicolor, full Technicolor, just have them up here, okay? And these are the things that are going to take price action higher. Aren't you, Alan?
This old dog has been sunbathing on a topless beach with Ant and Dec. They took off my bikini top and my mini cheesecakes were revealed on the top and straight away. Dec rather belligerently declared I'm Lord Sugar's partner and started wrestling with Ant, who pinned him down and said to him that he's going to be my carer. That was a bit of a surprise for everybody, but I think it's an endorsement of my tips. What we did afterwards was to go around a nightclub in Marbella where we met 5 lovely young ladies on a hen night, including Colleen Rooney and Theresa May. Ant and Dec said, don't drink too much, take it slowly. Pricks. Anyway, the rest of us did 26 shots and got pissed. I said, where's the karaoke then? Almost immediately, we was all singing and all dancing with no trousers on, and I crapped out a mint aero on top of the bar and nearly got thrown out. Later on, Pablo Escobar was in the middle of the club, knocking a bit of gear out. Unfortunately, I had too much strong Moroccan pot. So I had to leave the premises very, very quickly. And today, I am feeling a little bit sick.
Shocking.
Bloody hell.
Not the only one, eh? And that's all true story. Every single bit of that is true story. So, maybe you're interested in more of that chap. Check him out. YouTube.com @CassetteBoy. Top chap. So he is. Top chap.
Here's how I get automated meeting notes.
Blah, 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 blah. Why do you want automated like some people love meetings?
400 suicides every year, more than one a day. The cause is clear. The gambling industry is to blame. Failure to regulate is a national shame because their powers are not restricted. They target people already addicted. 86% of profits can be traced to just 5% of their customer base. Lots of these profits are moved overseas, so they don't pay tax to HMRC. Lost bets cost $14 billion a year. The economic damage done is costing us dear. To place a bet now online is the way you can lose money 24 hours a day. The law hasn't changed for 17 years, since 2 years before the first iPhone appeared. There are some simple things we can do to protect, like state limits and affordability checks. We could stop gambling, normalizing by banning direct marketing and advertising. But as betting companies' profits rocket, every one of these MPs is in their pocket.
They don't just give hospitality to the Tories. For these Labour MPs, it's the same story.
We're all letting down and forgetting the 1.4 million addicted to betting. We haven't done anything to regulate yet. We might still do it. Do you want to bet?
So, yeah, they might, but they won't. Hey, there's a good point in that, and it raises the spectre of people who trade when they're really gambling. And there's a big difference between being a trader and being a gambler. You have to work to mitigate against risk. Being a good trader is about avoiding risk, not taking crazy opportunities and being silly, throwing all caution to the wind. It's about managing the risk. That's how you're a good trader. And you know, a lot of people would be against regulation in various forms and environments, but I think that in things that are addictive, it's very responsible to have a government and a society that cares about each other. So that's slightly off topic. Back to the charts with the GameStop. You know. this previous high. That's higher than it. This low is lower than it. A bit of ambiguity, a bit of flux on the charts, and you could be looking at this guy. Take this guy across the top of these things. You can see it's broken there. Does it hold that level? Maybe, maybe not. You can see that that looks also like a channel. If you draw it like that, if it does test this area, it's already going to put in a higher high, and then you're still looking at that horizontal. Oh my goodness gracious me! You see where that important level came in again, and it's true again. Tradespotting for the win. How are you all? I think I saw my dad getting salutations. Mikey Forrester, Russian sailor. Gary Ravy goes on biscuits. I heard that, Chris. Hi kids, good to see you all. There he is. Great to see you, Dad. Great to see you. Legend. What does Kitty say? I don't have Twitter X thingamagic. Yo, Toy BB. Toy BB, what is he saying? Yeah, I can't log in. Well, I mean, I've got one of his tweets up and playing it, and then Twitter wanted me to log in to see any more, I think. And then, well, you know, doing it proved to be rather difficult without revealing all of my sensitive data. So I was watching them all on my phone and enjoying them with us. We weren't enjoying them, consuming them in that way. Though we were with Cassette Boy. Jeff Casey, 35 months, sir. Great to see you, Jeff. Bing bong. Legend. Dog days are over, Tradespotting. Yo, did you manage to log into your... Dude, how are you doing? Flasher, I think you should be doing rather well, right? How are you doing? Tell me later. So, I'll get that off your screen. You don't need that, do you? Hey, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay, hello. The BBC has won a High Court battle for the right to broadcast child pornography. What? And there could be more bad news on the way.
Oh my god, did you hear that? It's fucked up news. BBC news. But it's not, it's more Cassette Boy. Back to the charts and the BBC news.
Good evening and welcome.
Look at Scotland flag and everything. Wow, it's a real news studio. Cassette Boy Dragon's Den. Oh my god. Oh no. They got us.
You were made for hippie coves.
They got us, Aaron.
These are the dragons on their way to the den. There, they will once again offer to get into bed with dozens of budding entrepreneurs.
Give me back my dragon.
Tonight on Dragon's Den, James Caan has some ambitious plans for penetration.
I like the models. I'm watching you and I'm sweating.
I am incredibly impressed by you.
As you can tell, the British version of Shark Tank, it's a very different show over here. Very different. Look at GameStop pushing back at those levels of resistance. $29.89. Get on, man. Get on up. It's $30. We need you to test $29.50. Check the momentum. Quick tick of momentum. That could be a failure swing. Price action could be failing to turn to the top side on the 1 minute. You could be looking at a failed V-shaped recovery and drop back down again. You need to start seeing this push higher. Hold its whole moving average back above center line. I like it. 15-second time frame coming up for 1836. Not an important close on the immediate horizon, so you can test 29.50 and break it. I think now price action has gone on too far that you would look at this as a head and shoulders. I think also with this diagonal meeting a higher horizontal back at $30, you would have to rule that right head out. This still the liquidity from the formation and has met the current high. Could obviously retest these levels, at which point the momentum would probably be back towards the low side. Price would be a much higher low, but before then you want to start putting in higher highs. The first one of those comes in at around $30 and change. The next important level is this horizontal rate at 29.73, and we've managed to hold back above this guy. Other people would look at that and say, here's your inverted head and shoulders, and it's true that there is the same mechanism going on there. You've got something not dissimilar on the RSI. which has left the price action moving to the top side here. 29.50, testing those levels. Here we go. Price action doing it. Yay. Alrighty. It's also true to say that that horizontal is very real. Is a 15-second time frame. See how it reacts. There it is. Zoomed in. Zoom in. Enhance. Enhance. We can just borrow this. You know, you can recycle these guys. Good for the environment or something. You can recycle this guy. See, break above that, a bit of impetus there. Go on, boy, that's the horizontal breaking. Come on, guys. Ah, darn Chesky, Shiesky, Sersky, Shishky. This is lower high on their momentum, so that's not great. You want to see it push back above that. Of course, typically there would be a reaction here, but you want to see it push back above it in the momentum. I do anyway. So that's that. Now, what have I missed in all of these updates? Look at the Dragon's Den. They are messed up. First super chat ever. Appreciate all you do in the charts. Live to eat, $5. I appreciate you so much, my friend. You're often here, liking the videos. Celebrate the first super chat from Live to Eat. See, that's coming up on the... See that? Frickin' nice. Frickin' nice, man. How, it's got a star. How do I click it? I can't. I just like it though. I do like it though. Hey, Live to Eat. It's first ever super chat here on the channel for me. Thank you very much. That's a real honor. I appreciate it, sir. Live to Eat. Yes. Great to have you on board, my friend. Though it's been a while. We are friends. Tradespotting. I use FreeTube on my Windows PC to avoid ads on YouTube. Oh, sir. Sir. That's what happened, Adele, that's what happened. Oh my, just the billions and billions of dollars that I was raking in through YouTube advertising disappeared to FreeTube. Billions of dollars, this was too. God, you'll never believe it. I could tell you, you'd never believe it. 129 millions of plastical short sleeve banana hats sold and bought so far. 129 millions. This is over the momentum. Look at those guys, they're so chuffed. They're so chuffed, aren't they? They're so chuffed. So, this price action oscillating higher, eh? Lowest in those levels. Bibbling? Is that the bibbling from Live to Eat? I think it might be. Thank you very much, Live to Eat. No, I never know, because it's strangely delayed. First ever super chat. Thanks, buddy. Hey, you could draw a wedge around that if you wanted. It's got a support line. We'll draw that on. You've got that, and it's at that area now. So does it break that? Is that significant? No, not really. These horizontals here, either side, they're much more important with regards to structure. You could draw areas across this, talk about the Titan information. Don't think that's relevant. It's all about those horizontals and that support line at the moment. That support line itself, 50 minutes, and to like for support, don't look at that diagonal. That's, you know, sure, still it's a proxy for what you see here, and you likely do meet the center line. And it's continued and sustained bullish trend on this time frame. When the RSI touches that horizontal, it will also be bouncing off this diagonal. In between times, it'll be putting in higher highs, and the resistance level in the horizontal above 29 is 30.33. We could drop it in here. You know, and at around these levels, we could probably extend this guy up to it and say if it does manage to break here in advance of that horizontal breaking, holding that linear trend, that'd be very unusual. There it is, breaking it at the minute. This horizontal taking the main loading of weight at the minute. See how it evolves. What are you up to, Dad? How are you doing? But like to buy. Jimmy, sell Jimmy, buy Jimmy, sell Jimmy, buy Jimmy, buy Jimmy, similarly buy Jimmy. Bing bong, yo Corey, how you doing? Goes to Corey Bing bong. Great to see you, sir. The ghost of Pharaoh, formerly known as Mike. No flash on slightly higher time frames. Tradespotting. Tradespotting is not a flash on the slightly higher time frames. Oh well, you not got your own flash, sir. You got your own flash? You probably got a Rocky Cups. Rock Aircraft, there's plenty of flashes, you know, plenty of flashes, and why we're cognizant of the potential for GameStop to roll over, go back to $10, and, you know, the Melties to celebrate their glorious victory, us to cry into our cornflakes. How doesn't it always happen to us? Why can't we ever have a little bit of good in our lives? And other conversations like that. Isn't that the way it works? It's so Tradespotting. So in this time frame, you can see the 200 period moving average and the 50 simple, and why holding 29, having tested 29.68, would be bullish, even though you broke that diagonal. Self not all that important, 15 seconds, so it's still kind of relevant there. Now we're on the minute, so it's really sort of just about the measured move. That's what really counts, and we've got that on the go, plus the horizontals. Back down to the 15-second time frame. There's lots of different rocket crop flashes that are very informative about where price is going to go. And yes, that is some of the magic. Some of it certainly is there. Look out for new things in that arena coming soon. To this guy near you. Look at that 236 golden pocket test. Horizontal diagonal here. Get back above that golden pocket. You got on for it. You got on for another oscillation. You're on for one if it gets that, and then that oscillation back at around $30. Still has to break the horizontal. Go on, you boy. Yeah. Go on, you boy. I'll stretch it out. I don't know. Is this how people like? I imagine this is what you're looking for, but it could be anything.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot.
You're welcome.
How old are you?
Nearly 21.
I really think you're a great person. Do you live on your own, or do you still live with your parents?
Here in the Dragon's Den. The dragons love their bitches.
Give me back my dragons! So it's her outside again. It's her outside. It's her outside. She wants her dragons back.
So first into the den. 35-year-old Andrew Harsley from Grantham thinks his face may enchant the dragons.
If you're just tuning in, you don't know what this is. This is a British version of Shark Tank.
I just don't know what to say to you. You stand there in front of us.
Looking for a date? Yes, I do.
You're the star in this show. Tell us about you.
My name's Andy Harsley. I'm very strong. Thank you.
Fantastic. You know what? I'm in.
The den has been transformed into a dating agency. Deborah Meaden seems impressed.
I quite like this. Theo, I don't know whether you consider me as a partner, because Andy...
See, this is what it's like. You go a very different culture over here. We're a much smaller country, of course, so this is the sort of shit we get up to. You know, you can all... you would think you'd be able to hide in your anonymity over in America, the vast plains, but actually... it's not the anonymity that matters once that's gone, right? So does all the other... So do all the other hang-ups. Sorry, too busy with UK Love Island at the minute. Only one Brit show at a time. They're exactly the same, really, when it comes down to it. They're exactly the same show. So, GameStop, back at that horizontal. It loves the Tradespotting line. It really, really does. It loves two Tradespotting lines meeting. Then price just goes there. Always likes to go to where true Tradespotting lines meet. Like Deborah there. Deborah. Ooh, Deborah. Yeah, so go at $30 then next. Test this horizontal level, then test that linear trend, and then, you know, the Tradespotting lines meet, right? You could go like, you could draw, can you? I would think that you could drag this over, but apparently not. It's the back end of a Fibonacci from on the road to that town, right? So just take it here. Just to drop it on accurately. I don't know if that is accurate or not. Anyway, yeah, there's it extended across the way. You wanted it, you asked for it, you got it. That's the grander fib price action from the high today, coming back down to the low within this formation. And this guy is the 236, where you meet the golden pocket, holding that significant. Next target will be up there around 30.91. And along the way you've got 30.10 from the 886 on the RO toolkit. That would be next oscillation. That would be the horizontal level. Break that. Boom. You know, all makes sense now, doesn't it? It's all coming clear to me now. Live to eat. Why is that saying bling bling? There is no bling bling. Ryan Curran, what a really good name. Where is my goddamn parabola? Parabola! Parabolic breakout. People are like, is this a parabola? And the way that you define them is it's a breakout from an exponential trend. You know how exponentials work? So, you were to draw the perfect circle. Sorry, too busy with the UK Love Island. Too busy? Can you be too busy? Can you be too busy? Can I be too busy today? So here is GameStop. The GameStop. The live streaming is here. The GameStop is here. I can tune in, see how many people are watching me in the chat box. I can join the chat box over here on my phone. Look at me. $34 people watching. Oh, really?
Everybody talks about the S&P 500.
Does he? Why does it say 34 people watching? There's 200, at least 200 people here. Yeah, in the chat, but if you were on the, like, YouTube, scrolling through it there, looking for your video, because you knew that YouTube were weird, and there was something weird going on there, and you saw it said 34 people live, you'd be like, I don't know if I believe you, YouTube. I think that you're just screwing with me again. Why would you be doing that, YouTube? No need. Hello, 219 people being treated like you're 34. It's like, that's what it is. So it's the voting machines are at it again. Right, so look at this formation. In it, this looks like a pennant itself, part of that flag. People be excited, you know, because that's what it is. Makes sense. Turn drawings on again. We have that horizontal, but a lot of people will be looking at this saying, right, now you've got 1, 2, 3 touches. That's your top side. You may take this guy, put him along the bottom, and you'd say that there's a degree of symmetry between these two. That symmetry there, breakout of it, obviously important to pay attention to the downward sloping resistance, where price action is right now, because you're very much towards the apex of that. 10 to 7, so a couple of hours left on the day. Are we nearly there yet, says you? Well, you want to see the bullish control zone taking over and price action breaking those downward sloping resistance. Everything we've been doing today is on the 15-second time frame, so you know, comes with a healthy warning about the dangers of using such low time frames, trying to make price match trend rather than letting TA inform you. So the 886 still the target. What was support, now resistance. Does it really matter? No, because it's the horizontals, and still finding support at this most recent one. Next target there at 30 spot 34, and then break up, you get 30 spot 86, and that's what a lot of people have their eyes on right now. Don't miss it. Tune in right now. Okay, if you can bear with me, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I have an important job to do. Well, I like to see that. Every 6. 3, 2. So we went up to higher time frames and we saw that volume range visible profile, the cumulative total of contracts traded at various price levels as manifest in USD values, higher at those $30 targets, but a lot more shares traded too. You don't really need the momentum up to, you've got the price action moving. And that is how an exponential starts to form. A doubling of the rate of increase, and at the same time a halving in the duration and period at which that takes to occur. So price is doubling, the time it takes to do that is halvening. That's what you call an exponential curve, and that turns into a parabolic breakout. Here you've got the beginning of that, and as the exponential becomes very difficult to achieve on a 15-second time frame, you get the oscillation to the 236. And this is the nature and character of a breakout when you analyze it on the micro time frames. Tradespotting, back in the driving seat.
He's sending me the signals that I should be banged on the bottom the minute we walk outside the den.
Yeah, exactly. There is some added benefits having Deborah as part of the team. I've worked with Deborah before. I cuddle up to her, assuming you're happy with that, of course.
You know, why wouldn't that sound attractive?
But Deborah Meaden is reserving judgment until she finds out more about Andrew's potential to make love.
How do I get to understand how good you are? Just say, for instance, Deborah, you will get 7 minutes doing it. The other thing is, to me, Theo's not going to be a big enough package. I just don't think this will touch the sides.
Will any of the other dragons be prepared to enter Deborah Meaden with him?
Do you want me to join forces with Theo and Deborah? Outside of the den, you'd hear me say I'm in. But the back end is where it goes wrong. And if I go up there with Theo Papitas, it's actually not even legal to do that.
Brian!
Actually, no, I've just said that. That's made it quite attractive. For me, my offer would be conditional on Theo partnering.
Peter Jones seems almost overexcited at the prospect, but Duncan Bannatyne thinks he's spotted a flaw in their plans.
Peter and Theo, that's not enough. It isn't big enough. It's tiny in comparison to me on my own.
Okay, and who's the biggest?
Underwear expert Theo Papitas has a rather personal question for Duncan Bannatyne.
What's in your pants?
I guarantee you, by the time you get to the pants, the pleasure is all yours.
And a huge amount of disappointment when they're pulled down.
Deborah Meaden has agreed to a partnership with Duncan Bannatyne. But this is business.
The number one rule for me is make a lot of money. Therefore, I am selling myself. I'm sorry about that.
The news drops like a bombshell in the den. Duncan Bannatyne looks troubled.
Why don't you tell me, in pounds, what are you selling for?
That is absolutely an issue. How
It is, you know, how much is it? GameStop currently hitting across that 30 spot 5, coming back to that 50 simple. Support now at what was previously resistance. Looking left, you can see it's the 382 Fibonacci, and every oscillation down, you hold the 236 of this fib from the low. So does the breakout continue? If it breaks this horizontal here, looking left, this is the reason, you know. You'll have seen me do these sort of things before. If it manages to break above that area, number of touches at that zone where price action put in a candle close, then you'll see it go on, try the next guy. It's the 618 and the golden pocket. That would be up at around here. If it breaks the top side, that's the next area for looking for some congestion in price action, and then should that break, you'd be looking for it to test up at around all time, the previous highs from today. What you saying, Deborah?
How much do you think?
I'd say I should get it for about half price, £10.
It's quite expensive, actually. You could back a horse for that sort of money.
Does anybody else want to penetrate me for money?
Does this excite me? No, I don't think I could handle it. I was probably more excited with a certain Scottish partner of mine. And let me tell you, between me and Duncan, this will just be something else. Are you comfortable with that, Duncan?
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll do. I would drop my pants and go out and have a party.
Okay, I shall take you up on that offer.
I think we got ourselves a deal. Well done.
There you go, follow him. So as you can see, British Apprentice, very, very different from that UK effort. That's our Mr. Sugars, and then you've also got the Dragon's Den, similar situation to Shark Tank, but UK culture, very different. Ryan, thanks so much. 31 months associate. Good old Ryan. Eh? Says 31, but it's been more. Blackberry has been pretty tasty lately too, for anyone who's been watching. Blackberry has done alright, considering people were asking about that not so long ago, actually. And actually, you were right, did quite well. Strong moves there. Strong moves, sir. Oh, look, we talked about Blackberry before, obviously. So is it leaving this zone, putting in a retracement higher? That's an important area of support that we marked on the charts. Jeepers creepers, like, really good work here, Spotter. Really good work here. Months and months ago, still managing to pull through with it. Helpful information. What's AMC been up to as these things have been moving? That was a very important zone, as you can see. Looking left. Well, oh yeah, because of the adjustments, all the drawings moved. Great. So the important zone came out of that. You got your inverted head and shoulders. Full expression of that move happening here. Back above $4, that was important. Covered the 200 period moving average and found it as support. Good to see. Good to see. 15-minute time frame. Through that and used it as support. Sure, there's a gap below, but like you're looking at multiple gaps. GameStop as well. 7-minute time frame, higher highs, higher lows there. Pretty clear that's in a dangerous wedge, but still moving in the right direction. 1 minute, what are you seeing? We're still respecting support and resistance pretty cleanly, even on these lower levels. 346. To get there, I'd have to go through golden pocket, 236, 200 period moving average. 50 simple along with prior highs. Is it divergent right now? Maybe. 15 minutes? Not so much. So AMC also pulling to the top side. Took a little bit longer than GameStop, which is what KT was getting at when he was talking about would the two move together? And he was right. They did. He was right. Those people who are interested in that stock, I'm as delighted to be of any assistance. Why does it love to do that? I don't need it doing that. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll just go this way. Oh no, you did it again. It's me doing it to myself. So it is. He does it to himself, so he does. Yes, go on, you boy, yeah, right? So it's 31.50 now. We got to that level of resistance. We want to see you go through the full measured move now from that pennant, take you back up to the bottom side of that gap in the golden pocket. This is what we're looking for, GameStop. Come on! Got 2 hours left in the markets now. What have you all been saying in the chat box? Jamie, big packed, Gatoic love. Tradespotting, making TA easy and flawless. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. You can go up to important things like the weekly time frame here. Looking at these candle closes. That is important. Okay, you see? This candle close at $31 and change. That's important. It's the weekly candle close. And GameStop can, of course, wick above that level, as you've seen. But the candle close coming in at this high probability that that's what the day's price action sticks to on the close. Not to say it isn't going to go higher in the meantime. You've got the gaps below and so on. So these gaps do really have like an anchoring effect on sentiment. These resistance levels horizontally, the next targets to aim to, looking left. And these weekly close candles, very important. This guy with the wick above, intersection there looking left, you can see that's right where price is hovering at the minute. Going left again, it was previously support, resistance here, support through this part of the formation, and obviously at this breakdown it became intersection between 2 candles and the top guy, top hat on this guy. So this is the zone to break. Should it do so, you'd be looking at 45 bucks, you know, 45 bucks, and that is the structure of price action there. Down to the 1 hour, there's the gap we're talking about. The trend lines that go along with this mostly are downward sloping and they've been broken. So celebrating there on the 1 hour. 15-minute time frame, too busy with the drawings. Your back's pushing towards this bullish control zone. You get in there, be very excited. You've got this idea of a pennant here on lower term time frames, but as you can see from this, it's not quite as clean as we might like. Definitely isn't fitting with the pole on the bull flag because price action was post market, but we can get that up, put it on. Still got a gap. Still got a gap. It's not disappearing on the 4 hour. It's real. People would say, but there isn't a gap because there's this wick and there's this wick. They might say that, but they have not been to gap school and they don't know what gaps really are. If you want to know, Discord, it's for you. Tag me, ask me, and I'll tell you why that isn't a gap. It looks like it's closed, doesn't it, with this high and this little that. If you don't know why that's not closed, get yourself onto the Discord and ask. Period consolidation at resistance, we like to see that. We definitely are going to argue against it. I know it's like YouTube etiquette for me to stare at the screen there, you know, stare at the screen slightly angled from the camera, and that's me reading the chat box, but actually it's much more convenient for me to use my phone and see the chat box here, so that's what I'm going to do. Read you guys' conversations in the chat box, thanks. Gap's cool. Yo, Jen. The greatest! Yo, huge gap in my budget. Hey. Remember Timmy and bring him snacks. Yeah, somebody bring him snacks. Don't bring him snacks. I'm gonna look out for myself out here, right? And you guys, so I'm gonna have to hope you guys deal with Timmy because I can't be doing that. Which one of these do you reckon I already opened? Oh, we got him! He's like cracking his safe. Okay, there goes the coffee. It costs the same price as the mortgage. So you know what happened with these interest rates going up? Well, it made it so that it's really difficult for new buyers to get a home, especially here in Britain. Yes, that'd be the next target if it manages to break out of this. You look at that. Yo, the greatest. Yo. AMC has a lot of gaps to upside. Interesting. Does do. Pull flag on VIX 5 minute. Yo, Alex, how's it going? Good to see you, my friend. Best education on the internets. Also feel snackish. Yeah, you got load up, guys. Load up. Couple hours left on price action. Blow it up. Yes, Gap School. Gap School. What was that I reading in the chat box? I got taken away from that great conversation I was looking at. Banacupta. Making tea easy. Yay, 140 million volume. Tradespotting, thanks for mentioning the cassette boy. You're welcome. It's top content there. If you like me, you'll absolutely love that chap. Right, so what else is going on here? Eric. Hi, I'm Timmy and I love snacks. Eric. Yeah, Eric. You're way down there, Eric. It's like a crystal maze, or you know, are we gonna spare a crystal to get Eric out and get Timmy back? Right, because those crystals, they're all worth time in the greenhouse at the end of the show where you collect the bits of tinfoil. And do we want more time in the greenhouse collecting tinfoil, or do we want more of us in the greenhouse collecting tinfoil? Okay, so it will depend on our individual productivity, and this is the team dynamic, and you know, those group roles that people adopt, which often have got nothing to do with their experience, but a lot to do with their ego. Boom! Clover, 41% short, huge gaps to fill after it breaks 91. Yo, Gus. Boom, boom, boom. I love a lovely spanakopita. Spanakopita. What is a spanakopita? I am cooked and loaded. Cocked and loaded. Boom. That's like a gun. Tinfoil is my favorite snack. Yep. It's funny, isn't it? You know, that tinfoil's obviously associated with the wrapping it round your head. You know, wearing the tinfoil hat to stop all the bad waves getting in or whatever. But in Scotland, they don't use tinfoil for that. You know, that's not what they use it for. It's got other things. Paolo M. What did DFV see? Maybe my video, Paolo. Maybe my video of the community here. Maybe that was it. Yeah, maybe that was it. If he didn't, then he should have seen it. It was like free to watch on YouTube. He should have. In fact, he probably did. In fact, he probably watched it, saw us as a community talk about how things had changed. The phase of the market was different. It's all moving. Probably did. If he. You know, there's the fact that GameStop tweeted your guy in the chair, right? Like, wait a minute, is that happening? There's that. There's also like the escape from the severed workplace. There's the escape from the severed workplace, and there's taking that artifact with you, and like speaking to your other self across the consciousness, like speaking to your, the Jekyll and Hyde actually talking. Would be one hell of a dangerous person if they got in touch with each other, and that's what you're being provided with here. So maybe he saw the video I did. Sure he does. Adelidorus, love me some tinfoil, but it has to be reasonable. Yeah, there's a little bit of spinach, feta pie, tinfoil. Why does no one know what spanakopita is? Have you seen that show Men in Black, Katie? It's because of this device, you know, the gamer leaning. Is that what it was? Patrick Squires. I have a couple of Look-A-Mades too. Look-A-Mades. One of my favorites. What is? El Baker, what have you been making? It's delicious. El Baker knows. What did El Baker see? That's the real question. Maybe I need to put down the blunt. But what if DV is shape-shifting into Coco and he is the first time look at Jamie's TA? Coco doesn't need Jamie's TA. Coco, maybe that makes sense actually. It stacks up because Coco doesn't need my TA. Remember that one time we put her on the computer and we were like, what Coco? We didn't put her on. We were like, Coco, come on up here for a walk and tell us what price game's going to. You can walk on the keyboard, type, you know, whatever happens, that'll be price games. Because she walked on the keyboard and she literally did actually type in 22 and GameStop went to 22, remember? I'm not no shitting you here, that actually happened. And it wasn't like afterwards, it was all live and happened. And we were like, okay then, joking about whether what, and because we our TA ourselves, we were yet to identify that as the target. And then that's what good stuff went there, like the day after it happened. So how do you know that I'm not getting it off Google? Yo, Christina, you could also have some Rodgrod Medflod. Rodgrod Medflod? I'll have some of that. It's probably raw fish of some type, isn't it? This is a. I went and dated this chick, right? I once dated this chick. She was really, really cool. Anyway, I dated this chick and I went on this date with her, and she decided what we'd do. And she decided we'd go to like a fishmonger's. She was Dutch, and then, you know, so shit's different over there. And she decided we'd go to a fishmonger and get this raw fish and like eat it. That was the date. That was the idea. And you get it on little, like the little toothpick sticks, and like it's far too big. The chunks of it are far too big for the like. If you were, say, you know, not a fan of that, right? The dimensions of the toothpick compared to the amount of fish on the end of it are nightmarish, right? The ratio is from a horror movie, and she's very nice, and you want to impress her, and she then decides that like you, it would be appropriate for her to feed you them, you know, as if it's like a lollipop or something, right? It's no joke. Whoa. And you have to get through that experience. It's you know, tell you what, I've been through some shit. How is Rocky today? I saw Rocky last night, so he was with me for a couple hours, and now so he'll be exhausted today, absolutely exhausted, and don't worry about Rocky all the time. Oh, I remember that. Let's freaking go. Failure to deliver. Yo, failure to deliver. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Failure to deliver there, everybody. Total freaking legend. Bing bong. Bing bong. Talking about failure to deliver. The guy's a legend. He's such a legend, Joe. Do you remember who failure to deliver is? If you don't, fucking hell. Yours are in for an education. Get yourself over it, failure to deliver. Total legend he is, though he is. Yeah, so you gotta get yourself over it. Feel like I'll get you here. I'll get you over. In fact, I'll do it for you. I'm good like that. Price action on GameStop, managing to hit that resistance, and then putting it in context, an oscillation within this sideways price action. A lot of different drawings on the chart there, but I don't think they're unhelpful. We've hit that guy, move him across. You could look at this in various ways, but you've also got this potential head and shoulders, right? Replace that with this. See, it looks like that. We don't need this if we've got the left shoulder. And you have your measured move, which is played out at the minute, coming down to test previous highs. Those highs that you would look to would be this 236, perhaps, and then that horizontal that was important as we broke through here, along with support and resistance at either side, and the grander Fibonacci. So it could well be that that is a period of support. It would be interesting on the charts to see something like that. Bouncing there. Got an hour and a half left on price action today. And the question is, where is price going? Where is it going? Is that back to whence it came. I've got this fire, so I do. Can I type it in there? No, I can't. How do I do this then from the computer? Vic. Does that work? Yes! Affiliate deliver. Check that guy out and subscribe to that guy. And can I do it here? Is that it even? It is. That's him. Oh, it's a daisy. Oh my god. He got it. He got it in the end.
Closing time? Closing time.
And we hold on our shares. We're going to own the biggest company in the fucking world, and we're going to call it whatever the fuck we want. We're going to do whatever the fuck we want, because we're not listening to any of the shit that people put us through in 1998, in 2008, and they're trying to fucking do it again now. And we're not taking it anymore. We're not taking it anymore. We know what you did. We know what you did to our communities. We know what you did to our country. We know you did to our countries. We know what you did to the insurance companies that were supposed to provide for people.
Fuck them, by the way.
We know how you fuck things up now. And you're gonna get fucked up.
Overtime? Overtime.
And we're never, ever, ever going back to reasonable land.
Ladies and gentlemen, failure to deliver. Subscribe. Like and subscribe. You guys are great. Failure to deliver. You're a fucking legend. What a journey it's been. Okay, we're nearly back to the Q&A section of the video where I'll tell you everything you want to know, you just need to ask.
Do you think FOMO, fear and greed prevent you from making money with trading?
Ugh.
Own the biggest company in the fucking world, and we're going to call it whatever the fuck we want. We're going to do whatever the fuck we want, because we're not listening to any of the shit that people put us through in 1998, in 2008, and they're trying to fucking do it again now. And we're not taking it anymore. We're not taking it anymore. We know. We're going.
So I'm not sure if this works, you know, when I'm watching Streamlabs. See that everything's okay over here. I'm not sure if everything's okay over there. Right? I just don't know how it all goes down. So here is.
We're going to own the biggest company in the fucking world, and we're going to call it whatever the fuck we want. We're going to do whatever the fuck we want, because we're not listening to any of the shit that people put us through in 1998, in 2008, and they're trying to fucking do it again now. And we're not taking it anymore. We're not taking it anymore. We know what you did. We know what you did to our communities. We know what you did to our country. We know you did to our countries. You know what you did to the insurance companies that were supposed to provide for people. We know how you fuck things up now. And you're going to get fucked up.
We exist for each other. Some things are up to us. Others taken from us against our will. Friendship, opportunities, reputation. We control our focus. We can set it on how to drive us forward. We can be the ape that helps another. If we're wise, we feel our problems, then overcome them. We focus on the things we can control. We are strong, but we are kind.
Right from the beginning. We were always the good guys. Moonlander, 20 bucks. Thank you, Jamie, for incredible and accurate analysis. Thank you, Moonlander, for being such a nice bloke, good friend, supporter. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Don't need this on the screen. This goes in my price section. What are you up to? Thank you very much, Moonlander. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah. What a gang. Eh? What a mighty fine gang.
Look at my funny
little beard.
This weekend, I
can't complain. He does literally pay to advertise on all of them videos, but jeez, you know.
What we are witnessing here is the return of Titans.
How many of these things are there?
17 and counting.
That's messed up.
Madra, Roden, Ghidorah.
Oh my. They're moving like a pack. They're hunting. They all respond directly to an alpha. We stop this Ghidorah. We stop them all.
Is there another creature that might stand a chance against him?
My God. Zilla.
Our planet will perish, and so will we. Unless we set Godzilla free.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's bring him in for a beer. No, this time we join the fight.
Run.
This is Godzilla's world. We just live in it.
Damn right.
That was the trailer. Coming up next, the show.
Oh, this show. Check it out. Tradespotting. Can't beat him. Price action GameStop. Whoa, sure it went through that head and shoulders there and bounced like we said it would. Well, huh? What a surprise. Not. We like price action. Get your own ideas, huh? Price action is always copying me. Price action's always copying me. You know, how does it even live with the shame? It's so embarrassing. If I was price action, I'd be well cringing over my behaviour. You just copy me. Get your own idea. You know, I used to believe, right? No joke. There wasn't like, I wouldn't say I was convinced of, but like I was given actual credence to the idea that I do these shows and talk about where price action is going to go, and you just buy it to there. You just do it, and then when it gets to the resistance, you just sell it, and then it gets back to support, and you're just buying it again. And I thought to myself, like, how would price action write like a W, an O, and a W, and hide behind that the one I drew, and all? How would that happen if it wasn't that? You know. I mean, I jest, but a lot of people who believe technical analysis doesn't work and then watch it work in front of their face, they rationalize it away by saying something no more crazy than what I just said. True story, isn't it funny? So you came in, tested those support levels. Flippin' X splatter. Yeah, so you want to know where the next one is? You want to know? I want to know. You broke down, you're at resistance, you not managed to get back above it. Sideways price action. There you're looking at congestion, golden pocket retracement, 50% retracement. Be breaking into the top side of this formation. Really, you came sideways out of this. It wasn't as a bull flaggy as it could have been. If you take this as the top side and you're using the breakout as being back down here, then you can see that it's not high and tight at all. It's already made a significant move back against that grander fib. That you would see, say, on the 15 minutes here. here's your 236 being resistance rather than it being a price action holding a profile above that. It's actually knocking off that 236, and then golden pocket retracement or 200 period moving average 886. That's what you'd be looking for if this thing isn't actually breaking on up and looking at continuation. If you were looking at it going sideways here and saying this is consolidation at resistance, then you're looking at the breakout and measured move and the potential for it going on to the 1618, 45, 46 bucks. If that breaks and you get crazy moves, then you're looking up at the Tradespotting target, 66 bucks. Doesn't get any better than that, friends. Doesn't get any better than that. You could look for different, well, I mean, not price action, could well get better than that. The point I was making was the analysis doesn't get any better than what I just did. 50 simple retracement, previous high in price action, and 50% fib, along with that moving average. Very simple, you know. Plus the liquidity, look for topside move, breakdown, also take you to that target. And that's why Tradespotting, the inventor of rotational symmetry on the charts. Oh my goodness gracious me, if you knew what I knew, and some of you are soon going to, then holy shit, there'd be lots of us doing a lot of damage. So, what am I missing out on here in the cheat box? Tried to get that up and it was working temporarily, but then when I've got multiple windows it isn't. So I'm back to my phone to read what you guys are up to. Sean had asked, is this a normal event for Tradespotting during an event like this, or what was it? Sorry, I'm sorry, you don't have to be sorry, Schwartz. What happened? What happened? Tradespotting, can you please break down how 66 bucks is possible? Guy, are you this guy from the news? Okay, wasn't sure if I was seeing something different today because of the membership. Ah, I see what you mean. Alright, work's done, time for trading work. Yo gadgets, good to see you. Eric, if we hit 65, my Roth will finally be all green. Cost basis is ranging from 34 to 36. Tradespotting, up move their downside to the weekly 200 SMA. Jme, it is, isn't it? The very simple 15-minute weekly workout crop toolkit doing all the work for you. 20 period exponential, 20 period simple moving average on the weekly time frame finds it at that $25 target. That's also the prior high on the weekly and support and resistance. If you touch one, you come back to the other. You gotcha, kitties is flying on that front. 15 minutes, you can see that that's where our 50 simple period moving average is, so confluence there. And a wick to that zone might be where you're looking for the weekly support and resistance. The question about 66 bucks is answered, Sky, when I spoke about what a parabolic curve evolves from an exponential move. That is the doubling of price in the halving of the time sequential. So that creates this exponential increase, which is expressed on the chart as a parabolic curve. That is a breakout move, not a measured move from a chart formation. Due to the nature of that, you'd look for the 2618 extension, at which 98% of all moves of that nature, and that point you're looking at 66 bucks. But there is a lot more to consider. That's how that target happens. If you want to know more, answers on the Discord. Are you the Discordian flash chap with the Sky Lady trap person? It's anonymous in it, so who knows who did the new stuff over there. Is that you yourself there? Tradespotting 1 month PSR is at 61 spot 196. Well, that's another reason, but that sort of gets behind a Tradespot. It's like, that's sort of like, yo, yeah, I mean, it's good. That's good. That's like you say. It also is. Is it really a buyback? What does this mean? What happened, AH? What do you mean? Is it really a buyback? What are you talking about? Have we got more news? Have we got more news? SPL, yo, if you're new here, come join us on the Rocket Cup and Tradespotting Discord. Darn tootin'. Do it. Do what Jen says. Do what Jen says. Join us on the Rocket Cup Discord. Good people. Help you achieve your hopes and dreams. Good to see you. Get yourselves down there. Familiar names there. Oh, I'm on freaking top chat, then I can't see everything. Yeah, it's me. I don't think anyone cared about my post about Camel Lurker. I cared about your posts. Rocky cared about your posts. Both care about you. You know. You never know about the strength of your relationships with people. You never really know, you know, because everybody has a different strength of feeling about the subject of that strength of feeling. You know, everybody, we all share different feelings about different things, and really, I can tell you that on the Discord, it's very much somewhere of like where friendships make a big difference to everyone, and like people appreciate each other, of course. But you should never judge yourself on that, on the number or strength of those connections, because it's just different people like different types of people, and it's not to speak to the value of what you're providing there, you know. And when you were doing those posts, they were great, Sky, and other people, you know, when you're on the Discord and you're posting, maybe you're posting the market news updates, or, you know, responding to those things, or you're calling out one ticker and saying you think you've seen something, bling, then, you know, often there are people watching that really care. You know, maybe they're also a lurker, not because of anything similar shared with yourself, but more just that's all they're able to do at the minute, or all they have the confidence for, and they might think, you know, that person's being brave and I appreciate this content that's being shared. And they might not always say that to you, and it might not always be clear, so you might not always know how much you're appreciated. And so I'll take this moment to say I appreciate all of you guys that put in those efforts to help each other, that, you know, dig deep and fight all of the extraneous things that could affect your mood or hit your productivity, and who recommit every day. Yous are serious, and I'm going to seriously stay with you, so keep it up. And that's the truth about Discord, is if you've ever, you know, been there or not, otherwise you're all welcome, and it's a significant place. It's very much about winning. That's not a but, it's an and. You know, you're welcome, and it's very much about winning there. Yo! Amadeo fam, 10 months, sir. Some successes in those 10 months. Tradespotting, $10. Tradespotting, could you, thanks Jen. Could you look at MCs for the new watchers? Many here due to the chatter on that stock who could use some actual technical analysis. Isn't there much in their community? Jen, you betcha. Jen, you betcha. So, I mean, I can, but I'm going to need a question to answer, because otherwise I'd do like an hour's worth of technical analysis on it. I'd put my heart and soul into the thing, and I'd try to satisfy a hypothetical version of me who, you know, were themselves not much more than a simple buttery biscuit base, when in actual fact what I need is a question to answer. A point of conversation to define my own contribution there, and then put it in context, and also not to go through more than a stick of time, which it's often to my detriment, you know. Like this Sean asks, like, is this a regular occurrence, or just because am I getting it because I'm a member? It's like, not, you know, I'm a trader, Sean, that's my job. Doing this show, that's a sacrifice, and so I have to put them all in context and them all beside each other, and then prioritize them equally so that I'm doing the right thing, and like obviously making sacrifices that don't involve money as well by going on long times on shows. So I'm going to do it, but I need to have some understanding of what's needed. So I'll ask myself the question: is this AMC move that we've seen today only due to the association it has with the meme stock, i.e. weak spots on stock market? Is this simply due to the move we saw on GameStop, or did AMC have a technical reason for moving in the way that it did? So we'll start on a 15-minute time frame. I'll put price action on the scale. I'll turn off the drawings and I'll quickly stop in with AMC. Here we go. 1950, coming up for power hour on the charts, and you can see price action moving here to the top side and starting to go through that strong increase when it broke through an important level horizontally and looked left at 360. I'm sure we'll find important candles. Came back down and put in what is the start of a linear move to the top side. All of that start of a strong move. Now, if this is to break up again, the level from here, you can already tell looking at the way that price action is evolving, regardless of the dimensions I'm using on the X and Y. You can see that if price action is to break from here, then the increase would be rapid and significant, and it would make a big move. That's not just defined by the fact that there's these important horizontal levels. And you may or may not be aware of Tradespotting's TA on this thing previously, but you can see that the nature and the increase in price and the rate of change that has occurred between these two distinct phases in the market, here before you had a break of the high-low structure, and here when you entered a new linear trend, there was a significant change in price action. And now if it is to break up again, you'll see something that's a manifestation of a factor of this, and that factor would be 2 or more. And here you're looking at it testing back across at a horizontal level. Put this on in context. I'm not getting it on the 15-minute though, I hoped you would. There was this sideways price action here between these two levels, and price action went through a different phase change in order to drop down and put in these lower profile prices. So this reaction back above a important level at 360, as we spoke about, that was the area I looked to. When price action broke 360, there was going to be an increase. It was going to take it up to a level of resistance. That resistance level would be a distance away from the support that you from the area you just broken, and that distance would be a factor of the rate of change you'd need to see in price in order to create that break. So did AMC simply follow GameStop, or did it have technical reasons to break out? And from the 15-minute to the 1 hour time frame, the answer is the same. Tradespotting, why'd you ask me that question? That's not a real question. You know, price decides price. Price is a consequence of price. AMC went there because that's where AMC was always going to go then, having been the price it was the moment it was that price beforehand. It was always going to happen. It was inevitability, and not only that, it was an inevitability it would go exactly there and nowhere else. Even in the quantum breakdown, it's obvious that that was a definitive place it would definitely go to, no doubt about it. So it wasn't because of GameStop, nor was it in reaction to GameStop. It's its own chart with its own price action, with its own investors. Sure, some of them are the same people, but that doesn't mean that they're buying the equivalent amount and pushing it the same percentage difference as a completely unrelated ticker. It means that they're interacting with the markets, they're buying and selling it, the books are as they are, and the liquidity that's entering is able to push it to a significant distance there and nowhere else. Down to the 15-minute time frame, try and put that into like less of a word salad and more of a pragmatic way of helping you. There was price action went through this trend which became quite predictable, right? In that it conformed to this linear increase, right? So as time went on, price went up by nearly the same amount at all periods of that increase, right? So price action always conforming to this being a percentage. This is a logarithmic chart, so you'll see difference at different areas, but there it goes up 15% from the lows to the high within this 15-minute oscillation, and it's a linear trend from the lows to the highs, 18% here, but all conforming to that same regimented move in price. And so it wasn't GameStop that created this linear trend, it was AMC created this linear trend, and it isn't that puts that resistance or that support on. That isn't GameStop either. That's AMC, and it's a manifestation of the support and resistance and the liquidity in this thing. There's this change in price action where it went through its resistance level. Now, was it GameStop that brought it here? No, it was AMC investors buying it and selling it. Now, did they do that because they saw GameStop move? Possibly, right? Possibly. But there's an awful lot of market participants, and it's true to say that those with the biggest pockets are able to exploit that liquidity which is available to them. So the efficient market hypothesis states that the price will return to a fair value being where there's price consensus rather than a fundamental determination. Price will return to a fair value, and at that point the efficient market hypothesis will be manifesting, not in some spooky mystical way. The manifestation of that discourse is that agreement in price, and it could well be that AMC eventually does come back and test those 323 levels because of the nature and the character of price action in this move, especially when you're looking at it on higher time frames as we did. So the question being was annoying Tradespotting. Like, it isn't like, did GameStop move AMC? No, but does their impetus for other market participants when they see what's happening in GameStop? Obviously. Does that mean that it's fair or unfair? No. Does it right or wrong? That's not it. Right? It's the technicals on the chart are relevant to the ticker you're looking at, not another one. And if you're trading in anything, it's the underlying, right? This is AMC, then it's that company. It's not some other company that's doing it. Then you can put this in lots of different, like all of these lines are important, right? You can see here, if I go to the 4 hour, that this candle closed at that horizontal level, which I drew on the chart weeks and months ago. So that wasn't GameStop that put that horizontal level at that area, which was critical for price. It was AMC. And once it broke through, it went to the next one, which has nothing to do with GameStop. It's the horizontal level that's relevant to this ticker on this chart. 4 hour time frame has then much of that trend captured accurately in those opening and closing prices. You can also see that nature of the higher lows, lower highs in a way that defines the market phases and can show you once it broke here, it was always going there. And then, sure, it may have been that GameStop provided the impetus for this to start moving, but is GameStop the genesis, right? Is GameStop that which gives you your genetic heritage? Is GameStop that which makes the sun rise and fall? Is it fuck, right? Is it fuck? And you say, like other people asked earlier, like, what did Roaring Kitty see? And the answer is maybe one of Tradespotting's videos. Maybe, right? Maybe, because he's been making them all the fucking time, right? Now, that's not a critique of him. That's people asking that question. It's like, did you see the Tradespotting video? Because I've got, 20,000 subscribers. Most of you is interested in GameStop. 20,000 people didn't watch that video, right? And had you done, you'd have been able to manage your position better. And you subscribed because you knew that I could help you, So, and I kept being here. So where were you? So, like, the people who've got a critique of me for covering AMC, you particularly have got a real problem, because everybody deserves equitable markets. And my reluctance to commit a significant amount of time to this is now clear. Why? Because